Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. Happy Jury Back Day. How about we do that one? You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title, so you know what we're about to do. Now, I think there was a little bit of confusion because I thought we were going to be starting a little bit later, but apparently Judge Whitaker means business. So I've got the link up ready to see when the jury steps back in and when and as soon as it does, we'll bring it in and we'll be ready to go. But everybody, thank you so much for stopping by on this morning. We got a lot of stuff to go through. So and looking to make sure it's not popping up yet. Hopefully you've gotten yourself ready because it's going to be today, I believe. And I am a little, I might be blaming it on y'all. I might be a little bit behind as well. So I'm catching up, making sure I'm ready to go and get this thing, give you all the best show that you can get on this day. Wait, they do have the camera up on Law and Crime. Matter of fact, the camera is live. Judge Whitaker just walked in with an armful of books. Let's go. Let's go. She really did mean business today. She was not playing games. All right, Judge Whitaker was not playing games this morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Floyd. Hadn't seen you here yet.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's nice to see you.
You too.
Real quick, just drop a 1 in the chat. You can hear. Let's go.
Thank you.
All right. So I wanted us to gather before the jury is here to discuss the proposed potential jury instructions that we're going to give, that I'm going to give as we restart. And of course, some of them got sent over last night, Sunday at 8 or so. So they did not get seen and then forwarded to me until this morning. So I'm just now getting a chance to look at some of these instructions, which is why we've got this couple of hours to work on them. So let me get those pulled up.
Your Honor, I'm going to pass up one as well.
Okay.
The state's passing to the court one as well, different than the one we sent to the court on Friday.
Is this supposed to be a substitute or an
Yes.
addition?
Substitute.
So just, can you email it as well so that we can?
I did. Ms. Percival should have it. It was just this morning. If you don't, please.
And did you provide it to the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor, of course.
Okay.
And you have apologies for the late delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country. I turned to it as soon as I got back.
Okay. Everybody make sure you try to talk into your mics and also speak loudly so that everybody throughout the room can hear what's being said. Thank you.
I'll just repeat it because someone said they couldn't hear. I apologize for the 11th hour delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country, and I turned to it as soon as I returned early Saturday morning.
All right, so I mean, I'm just on page one of 3 pages of, well, 2 pages of the state's proposed instruction. I'm sure it's going to take the defense a second to get through all of it as well. I'm not sure, just on first blush, I'm not sure that I want to be this detailed in telling them all of the intricacies of RICO. What I'm trying to ensure at the defense request, which I think is a reasonable one, is that they understand how to consider whatever evidence comes in when they're considering RICO versus when they're considering the remaining counts in the indictment. So I don't know that we need quite this much detail. But I think between Mr. Harvey's and the states, we can cull something valuable from each and formulate an instruction that helps guide the jury.
Your Honor, I erred on the side of inclusion because given the time frame you're under, I thought
Sure.
it'd be easier to delete than to try to craft.
Absolutely,
new
yeah. I mean,
things.
it's no problem.
Yep.
All right. And then we also have the instruction about how to consider and what part or parts of Mr. Copeland's testimony not to consider if he does end up testifying. And I think there's only, have y'all come to any agreement about that?
Your Honor, I think the state submitted, after Mr. Steele submitted his proposed instruction, we submitted one that sort of altered it a little bit. We haven't yet, after that, we haven't agreed on anything beyond that. I think he just disagreed with.
Okay, so no.
So no, I love it. I don't know who that guy is. Anybody know who the guy is that's sitting next to Adrian?
This computer has not updated since the 8th, and so even though when I was in my chambers, everything was here. Nothing is here right now on this computer, so that's complicating things a bit. So I think I may just have to, try turn it off and turn it back on and see if that works. So that's what I'm about to do. In the meantime, y'all can be looking at what each other has submitted, and somebody wants to propose a way to integrate them, that would be great. It's going to take me a few minutes to get everything turned back on again and hope that that works. Thank you. All right, with regard to, I think I can at least work off the paper for Mr. Copeland's potential instructions. Y'all agree about the time after which his testimony and evidence that came in during that testimony isn't to be considered? And it was like 3 p.m., whatever date. Do y'all know whether that happened to be the last break for that day? Because I'm just thinking when I'm telling them, okay, disregard everything after this point in time, it would help if they have a kind of a reference, not to 3 p.m., but to, it's the final break of whatever day it was, Thursday, or we'll also have to figure out which day it was, because that probably will tell them more than June 12th. So what was June 12th? Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Anybody know whether 3 p.m. was the last break of the day for the jury, at least? Because that's when y'all argued the motion to recuse, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you did that, and then the jury came back and had a couple more hours of testimony that they heard, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
presented the motion to the judge. He
Yeah.
stepped off the bench and considered and came back. I don't know, though, whether we had an additional break after that point. Your
Okay,
Honor.
I mean, I know I looked at it as well, but I haven't looked at it, in the last couple of days. 3 p.m. If so,
Why does Judge Whitaker not know this? This would be something she looked into. My 2 cents.
all right, if somebody doesn't mind, if you've got it at your fingertips, doing a quick look at that transcript and see whether that happens to be the last one.
We're looking.
Thank you. And I'll try to get signed back on in the meantime.
They're supposed to. They're supposed to. I'm not trying to be funny, but she could have did the same thing if Adrian Love had done this, or Brian Steele had said, "Hey, my computer shut down. It wasn't updated." She would have probably gave him that work. So I'm not trying to be mean, but she could have done this too. Ellie, the jury is supposed to come back today. Supposed to. They're supposed to be in the building. Please forgive me. They're actually supposed to be in the building. So they're actually supposed to come in court today. Trial is supposed to resume today. Yep, this is it, man. This is what study hall court looks like. They're supposed to come in at 9 o'clock. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to poll the jury. That's going to be very interesting. No, Ellie, I am just somebody that just has been paying attention to this case. I live here in Atlanta. I am not a lawyer in any way, shape, or form. I call myself a pre-K law student. I know nothing. I just am very interested in this because I live here in Georgia, down the street around the corner from this courthouse right now. And I heard on the news this morning that they've only been out for 6 weeks. I said, I don't know how they came up with that number. I was like, I calculated 8, but I'm like, man, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I added 2 weeks to it. Maybe I rounded it up. Oh, by no means is this legal advice. This is hardly even caffeinated advice. Judge Whitaker owes me a coffee because I'm telling you, I had 8:30. I was like, oh, they're going to start at 8:30. And lo and behold, they started at 8 o'clock, like a whole 8 o'clock. Like, man, you stressing your boy out. Judge Whitaker, what's going on with this?
To IT.
Did she say IT? Like, at the current moment, they are going through what are they going to ask the jury? How are they going to poll the jury? And they're also trying to figure out, are they going to continue with Kenneth
Yeah,
Copeland's
We were able to determine that
testimony?
it was the last break of the day.
Great, thanks.
All right. So at the current moment, Judge Whitaker was having some technical issues and they're getting that squared away. The prosecution, defense are they all
All right, since
submitted
that's
questions
what I'm looking at
to ask
right
the jury.
now is the instructions about Mr. Copeland. If everybody wants to turn to that one, we'll try to hammer that one out. And instructions, I guess one of them is if he doesn't testify at all, is the top one.
All right, real quick. Making a slight change.
Pressfield put together, if
Okay, I'm gonna bring in a new screen for y'all. I got a new screen coming in for y'all. Hold on 1 second.
Would Your Honor consider adding unless and until he decides or?
no, because if he decide, I mean, yes, I would consider it, and no, I don't want to do it. Because if he decides that he's going to, then we'll tell him at that point, okay, we've got him back and now here's what you can consider. But I mean, there's no point in trying to sort
Hope that
out,
sounds a little better.
the possibility of that, because it's not an eventuality. So we'll just, at this stage, don't consider anything. And then if it changes, and I'll instruct them about what's appropriate then.
Adrian looks thoroughly confused. Bless her heart. Okay, so anybody that's jumping in, the court is trying to determine if they're going to hear Kenneth Copeland's testimony and at what time do they cut it off. And I think basically they said after a certain date and a time. That's what they're wrangling for right now. They're also trying to wrangle through what are going to be the instructions for the jury about who she is and how they're moving forward. And I don't know if they're actually going to go over poll questions, which seems to be probably something that's important, but we're going to find out in a minute. She doesn't want them to the judge really She seems like it would be easier to wipe it.
That one is going to be pretty simple. What I would propose to say, in the event that we don't have Mr. Copeland retake the stand, I'm just going to say, before the break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I instructed and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. And then if he decides he wants to come back later and testify, we'll tell him the details about what parts they can and can't consider. Anybody have an objection to that?
Your Honor, the state would object to them being told to disregard. Once they're told to disregard it, it's that they are putting it out of their mind. And then if they have to come back later on and the court has to tell them, well, put it back in your mind, we would.
Okay, I understand the objection and I overrule it. And in fact, I think I'll borrow your language about put it out of your minds completely. I have.
So are you
as I
in
type,
agreement
but,
with
let me get it down on
with Adrian
paper.
Love? Ms. Mandy, you feeling okay today?
And this might fix some of what you're objecting about. All right. I instruct you and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. Unless you are later instructed differently, you may not consider this evidence at all in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict.
What about his TikToks, though?
Thank you.
Can they consider his TikToks?
I'm going to take the silence as no objection from anybody else.
No objection on behalf of Mr.
Thank you.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Healy.
All right. All right. Silence. Okay, stay.
Unless you are instructed differently, if the court is not inclined to instruct as we requested regarding unless and until you hear from him again, if that's the closest we can get to it, then.
All right. That's the closest we're going to get to it. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Now, with regard to if he does take the stand, we're basically restarting the post 3 p.m. June 12th testimony. So we have to sort out. I think that so a question, in order to not only tell them kind of the time period, which is about 3 p.m. on Wednesday, June 13th or June 12th. So that would start, I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony.
Is Your Honor inclined to just instead of pointing out Mr. Copeland's, just say any evidence or testimony beyond a certain point. He was the only witness that testified, but since the court will be, I guess this is an either or situation.
You could have either or did this last week though too.
I don't know what you're asking. I mean, I'm going to direct them specifically, hey, we're talking about Mr. Copeland's testimony. So then I would say following the last break at about 3 p.m. Wednesday, June 12th, through when you were, through June 17th, when the point in time when you've been in recess. So my question then is, after I say that gives them sort of the time, thoughts as to, so the last thing that he was, or the next topic following the break was he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, which I can say just to trigger their, okay, so anything I heard after that, that is what the question was following the break. Any objection to asking that or telling them that, just to give them sort of a cue to what the topic was? It has disappeared from my screen, but
Your Honor?
yes.
Excuse me, I believe after the break, the first question by Ms. Hilton was, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Okay.
That was sometime just before 4 p.m.
Any objection to,
We're confirming that, Judge, with respect to the.
okay, assuming that's true. After the break, he was asked, are you familiar with YSL? Everything after that's what you're to disregard. And I'll have you give me the direct quote, but.
And Ms. Hilton, I see that on, just so you can find it, I see that on page 105 of the transcript, approximately line 16, if that helps.
All right, so what he was asked immediately before the break, the last topic was his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, and then the jury watched those little bits of one of his statements as an inconsistent statement. And then after the break was the YSL question. So just to give them a frame of reference. Any objection to doing that? And we can include the bit before or just the bit after.
That's fine, Your Honor. It does.
All right, and can you read to me what the question was?
Have you, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL? Yeah.
All right.
And how far, just that?
I mean, it's everything after that, so.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would object to pointing them, referencing them to any specific testimony or question whatsoever after the break. We would ask that they not be.
All right, then how about the concept of the last thing that's okay is this was the last thing he testified to that you can consider.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're fine with that.
That you're fine with, okay.
So would the court be then reading the last question and answer that he gave before the break when the court says this was the last thing he testified to?
Microphone, please, Ms. Love.
Pull that mic down to you and speak into it. So she's asking, would then the concept be to read the last question and answer? And no, that wasn't really what I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about just saying, this was the topic of his testimony. I mean, if you want to throw out what the last question is and let me think about whether that would in any way help them.
Yes, Your Honor, because
Okay.
I think that otherwise would be.
All right, well, tell me what that is.
To hear when he asked you, this was you? The point at which the court stopped to give Mr. Copeland an earpiece appears to be the last thing that happened without talking about the subject.
Okay, but I want to talk about the subject so that they'll have some concept of what's the last thing they can, and also y'all are wanting me rightfully to take their notes. And so they're going to have to figure out what part of their notes,
The last
or
question,
somebody's going to have to figure out what part of their notes are being taken.
the last question that was asked was, and did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele objected and said, I don't think that's what was said. Ms. Hilton said, I'll play it again one more time for you. And the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And the court asked to see counsel at the bench.
Okay, so what I was proposing was just after he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang ABG. Or after he testified about his involvement, was asked about, I don't know if he did.
So, Your Honor, on page
Yeah.
97, on page 97, before the break, Ms. Hilton asked, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG? And the witness said, me. And Ms. Hilton said, Atlanta Blood Gang. He said, never. And then she asked him whether he recalled being interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department on January the 11th with investigator Thorpe. He said yes. And then at that time, she tendered State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha between 3/29/46 to 3/30/13.
What was the date of that interview?
January the 11th,
Okay.
2015.
Interview with whom?
Detective Thorpe.
Okay.
And she
KPD?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then she played a portion of it, 3/29/46 to 3/30/13. Mr. Shard objected. It was overruled, and a portion was played. Ms. Hilton then said that she asked, was he ever a part of ABG? And we went back to that particular portion of the statement. There was an objection, and the objection was overruled. Mr. Steele's objection was overruled. Again, Ms. Hilton asked, did you hear when he asked you, he being Detective Thorpe, asked you, Mr. Copeland, you left ABG? And you said yes. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland said, he asked me what? Ms. Hilton said, did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele said, I don't think that's what was said. I object to the statements. Ms. Hilton then said, I'll play it one more time for you. That's when the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And
Okay. All right. So Then what I would propose is I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12, 2024, which was the last break for that day. That is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came, that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department.
Okay.
That's
All
fine
right.
with us.
All right, thank you.
And also, Your Honor, the court did mention the notes. I didn't know, I know previously someone suggested storing them, ripping them up, whatever, but if they ever have to re-refer to them, I was curious how the court intended to handle the taking up and storing of those.
Okay, so the notes that they are never, ever going to consider, even if he ends up testifying and completing his testimony, is everything that occurred post 3 p.m. June 12th through the end of June 17th. So I won't rip them up at this point. We can decide all of that later, but they'll never get those back to consider, even if he does testify.
Right.
Okay.
I meant the ones that,
If he doesn't testify at all this time around,
if he
then I'll take
does
them all.
testify, if he does testify, there's a portion that the court would then, you're telling him the jury to disregard right now unless they hear something different from you later.
That's if he doesn't testify.
Right.
He gets to make a new decision, a decision anew about whether he wants to testify or be held in contempt. If he wants to be held in contempt or is fine, satisfied with that outcome, then every bit of his testimony gets disregarded. If he comes in and says, yeah, I don't want to, but I will go ahead and testify pursuant to the subpoena and the immunity grant, then they disregard post 3 p.m. the 12th through the 17th. All right. And so then we're going to need to get the notes from them. Anybody have some suggestion as to the best way to do that?
Your Honor, logistically, I can't think of any way other than to rely on the jurors to simply give them to you, not to us. Really no other logistic way to do it.
All right, so I may just have them take a short break and figure out what parts of their notes that counts, and then y'all care if it may be that they've got, the morning is on this part of a page and the afternoon's on this part. So I don't know if we could, pair of scissors and cut off the rest of it or what, but it's going to take somebody from the court, which is not going to be me. So I'm thinking Ms. Percifield, once they hand it, just, confirming that that's everything
Sure.
for each of the jurors. Everybody okay with that?
That's fine with us.
No objection.
All right.
No objection.
Mr. Harvey, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele.
I'm with Mr. Adams.
And Ms. Harvey, you still thinking about it, or are you okay with that? All right. I didn't, you must have said that silently.
Objection for Mr. Ryan.
All right, thank you.
So somebody was asking, why does it keep
Right, and
pausing?
then I
and
think, as I
muting?
mentioned
That's the court doing that.
when we were last together, I'm going to ask if there's anybody who thinks they're not going to be able to disregard that. So for that, I'm typing out the words, so I'm essentially just going to ask them, if there are any of you who can't set aside and completely disregard that portion of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in your deliberations, let me know now, and then we'll go from there on that.
Your Honor, would you give us one moment, please?
Sure.
Man, they're having a whole powwow. I see people in there that I haven't seen in some time. There's quite a few people in there that I've not seen in a while. I really wish we could get like an idea of who all these people are at the defense tables, because it is quite a few people. I don't know if they're jury experts, maybe, because I don't think I've seen them definitely since the jury's been out. Yeah. So anyway. There she is. There's a y'all are wild YSL granny. Yeah, she's right there. I'm like, what is her role? Do you know, Cammie? Do you know what her role is? The older woman? Yeah, everybody. The state done brought the FBI. They got a full, they had to get a whole new table back there. black law student is in the courtroom, I heard. I mean, everybody. Your boy should have went down there. What's wrong with me? I should have went down there. Yeah, but who is she? Do you know offhand, Gladiator Girl, who she is? I'm not familiar with her. Client management. Okay, that might be right. I mean, it seems right. I'm gonna go with it. It makes sense because we haven't seen her since the jury's been out. So maybe that's it. It's very possible. Courtaholic is there. Yeah, I should have went down there. I could go tomorrow. Let me just double check. I could go tomorrow. Let me see. Let me talk to black law students and see who else is going to be there. Tomorrow's the 13th. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I could definitely go. Yeah, it's got to be it will be an early morning get up and go type of scenario, but who knows? Maybe we can do that. Okay, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. The Cobb County representative. I'll be the Cobb County delegate. Okay, here we go.
Your Honor. After conferring with other co-defendants attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we're suggesting that question not be asked at all.
Okay.
There are other members who represent other individuals who believe it should be asked, and so there's no consensus amongst the attorneys as to whether that question should be asked. But our position for Mr. Williams is that it should not be.
All right, and why is that?
We simply don't believe it's necessary. We don't think that it's necessary to draw the jury's attention. We presume that they can follow the court's instructions. And so we just don't believe it's necessary.
All right, well, I agree that it's not necessary. I'm doing it as a cautionary measure so that if there is anybody that can't do it, that we just go ahead and find that out now.
I said.
All right, so I am going to ask that over objection. Okay. All right. So then the next thing we need to do is the kind of RICO 105 instruction, if you will. So I think that we had a proposal by the state and a proposal by the defense sent by Mr. Harvey. And I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look at each other's, but let's come up with one that's consolidated that is helpful to the jury.
Your Honor, for the state, we do not agree to Mr. Harvey's proposal. I think that was hashed out fairly well on Thursday. I have a couple of supplementary points if you want to hear that.
It was not hashed out on Thursday at all. You might have, yeah, no. Okay, there was nothing even close to anything final on that on Thursday.
Understood. I did watch the video. If the court doesn't consider it hashed out, then it's not hashed out and we're ready for the hashing.
Okay. That's what we're going to be doing today.
Okay.
I think I just maybe gave up on Thursday. All right. Let me get those both pulled up. don't even think we got Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction until, or at least the one I'm looking at now, until over the weekend.
I didn't get this one at all. Not the one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, that just came late Sunday night. But I think Mr. Harvey, yours didn't, the one you're proposing now didn't come over until Sunday night either. So I don't know what it is that you think we hashed out on Thursday, maybe something entirely separate.
He filed a proposed limiting, or he provided to us a proposed limiting instruction that sort of started the conversation and prompted the state to give you what we gave you on the 8th. This is what we have in here.
All right, so that is going back and forth. So yeah, I think there might be some issues at the jail. That might be why Young Thug and Steele are masked up. I don't know, because the other defendants are not, and other attorneys are not. So I don't know. And yeah, I mean, a lot of this is hinging on Woody coming in to testify and saying what, I mean, there's a lot. And again, I'm still very interested in how they're going to poll the jury. And are they going to poll the jury on camera? That's going to be wild. And Thug is at a different jail. That is true. But I would think, oh, I didn't. Yeah, like Thug is up here in Cobb County.
But the
Okay, let's go.
is Mr. Floyd, the copy that you handed up this morning, has that been emailed in any way? Okay. Yeah, I can't. I'm having a hard time finding that even on email.
I can send it again.
Email this one that's Mr. Floyd's, I guess, right now, so we can pull that up. Does the defense have this one that's got the style of the case on it? That's Mr. Floyd's?
Your Honor, can the state tell us exactly what time they sent their last version so that we know we're working from the same place?
Honestly, I'm having them resend it to me right now because I can't find it. So please resend it to everybody.
Thank you.
I don't think they did either. And that's the one we'll be working off from the state. So
Just for clarity,
Yeah.
we've given the defense counsel a hard copy.
Yeah.
I understand the email before the email again. There is only one version. There haven't been multiple versions distributed.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a fantabulous question
Is the
about the homework.
proposed instruction from Mr. Harvey that was sent Sunday evening
I just reported to Ms. Percival.
Okay.
At 7:38 a.m. It does not have the style of the case, it's the exact.
Okay.
And we are.
Was sent yesterday evening. It is titled Eliminate Instructions, sent 8/11/2024.
Understood. I just asked.
I mean, if you want a hard copy, it's just one page. Ms. Percival, is your computer hooked up to this printer? Can you just send it to print and I'll hand them one?
No. She's going to print them.
And in my opinion, this is exactly why they should have hammered this stuff out last week, because we knew that the jury instructions, the polling of the jurors, where they're going to start, if they're able to start, were all going to be really important things. So a lot of the stuff that they were horse trading about last week are not nearly as important.
Generally, the first 4 paragraphs, if you will, of the state's proposed instruction, that's just kind of a, hey, here's why we're talking about this.
First 4 paragraphs about?
Yes.
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have some comments on every paragraph, I believe, except paragraph 4 and 5. We do not oppose 4 and 5, but if I can say what the problems are in 1, 2, and 3, since you...
Gonna need you to speak up a little bit more or pick that mic up.
Okay. Paragraph 1. I don't think that that's appropriate to just start out with that instruction without talking about what the indictment is, not just a charging document, but that there's a presumption of innocence. It's not evidence at all.
All right, let me pause. And I have requested from Judge Glanville's court reporter a copy of the preliminary instructions he gave the jury so that I know what got told to the jury and what didn't. I would have said that at the beginning of a trial, but I'm not sure. I haven't reviewed yet what he told the jury.
He did.
He did. Okay. So, I mean, I am not going to re-give all of the preliminary instructions. What I'm trying to do is just call the attention. So, I mean, if you want to ditch the part about an indictment, that's fine.
Okay. And then
We'll strike that.
And then on second paragraph,
Yep.
it's sometimes referred to as RICO. It really is sometimes referred to as a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. It's not just this is a RICO conspiracy, not a RICO violation.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that when it says, which is sometimes referred to as RICO, I think they mean the Georgia Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Okay. Paragraph 3, I did not have an objection for.
All right.
I have an objection.
Okay.
I have objections to others, but
Okay, I haven't gotten that far either. All right, so taking a little bit from Mr. Harvey's too to open it up. I'm thinking generally, ladies and gentlemen, jury, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted in this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of the trial, because that would be nice for them to know. And then count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's racketeer and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then at the end of the case, you'll be given detailed instructions about what's required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. At that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other charges, or I'm going to say counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles that you may want, some principles to keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions I'll give you at the end of the case. All right, that's as far as I've gotten in consolidating the two of them. All right. So I would think maybe the next thing to say is sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others, just to kind of give them generally, hey, this is what I'm about to tell you all about. Thoughts on that?
I think that's an accurate statement, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
one thought on that.
Yes.
I think the statement you summarized is accurate. My only question is whether you want to add to it something that says, if you have been instructed previously that it's for a limited purpose, follow that instruction. If I instruct you in the future or at the end of the case, follow that instruction. It just moors them a little bit to how this works. That's all.
Your Honor, we object to that. We think that it complicates it.
Where are you? The person? Okay.
I love
right.
Westmoreland. Let's
we
hear
object to
Westmoreland.
that. We think that it complicates it and it's unnecessary.
I also believe, unless Mr. Floyd can refresh my memory, that there were no instructions given like this at all.
Okay. I think what you propose would be true. I don't know that there's been any limiting instruction given. I don't think that there has been. Somebody can correct me, but and I'm about to hone them in on for this particular purpose. So I think that it's probably cleaner without that. I appreciate the thought, though.
Understood. And I assume then that if you decide to give such a specific instruction, you'll just tell them at that time, follow.
Here's one of those examples.
And that would work fine for us.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So I am thinking that with regard to the remainder of the state's proposed instructions, this is more detailed than I want to give them at this point in time. This is not the purpose of this set of instructions. So I may kind of move to Mr. Harvey's for most of what else I say. And then if the state thinks something else really needs to be added, I'll listen to y'all. But I'm thinking something to the effect of, and, this is not final, this is me doing it on the fly right now, but I'm thinking something like, in this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged with count 1, and since all of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. I don't know where the in count 1 goes, but however, when you are considering the remaining counts, except as I have just instructed you concerning the RICO count, you may only consider the evidence of that count against the defendant or defendants who are charged with that count. You must not consider the evidence, well, I don't know if I've even thought about this part before, but the rest of Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction is you must not consider evidence related to one count as evidence of a different count. You also must not consider evidence regarding one person as evidence regarding a person uncharged in that count. I don't think we need that part, honestly. All right, so that might be then just the end of those instructions.
How about the burden language?
So the burden, they have been told at the beginning, the burden is always on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They will be told in detail at the end about the burden. This is not the time for that. Other thoughts?
Y'all type Teresa in the
Yes.
chat.
Regarding the
Type
part,
Teresa
the
in the
last part
chat.
that you thought was not necessary,
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw your attention. Mr. Zachary has asserted in his prior statements that and potentially may assert as he testifies that my client was a part of shooting up some houses as alleged as an overt act in this indictment. He is not listed as an individual in the indictment on that overt act. Additionally, Mr. Zachary and Mr. Mr. Zachary, I'm sorry, has asserted that my client he may provide evidence of this from the stand that my client was involved in the Lil Wayne bus shooting. My client is not listed in the indictment as having, it's not alleged that my client committed either of those acts. And so I do believe that that last section is appropriate when the jury has to consider whether my client has committed those acts, because he is not charged with that in the indictment. And I understand there's just overt acts, but they still list who they believe, they put us on notice on who they believe the perpetrators were, and my client is not listed.
It's not listed in count 1 as to that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, when I say count 1, he's charged in count 1.
Right,
But he's not listed
for the
in those.
overt act.
Correct.
Okay, but in that regard, no matter who they're saying we think did this, if they are proving a conspiracy, then it gets considered against all of them with regard to, did this overt act occur, no matter who did it, if it's a member of the conspiracy. So it's not actually true that you can't consider that, but that's not, so that, go ahead.
I believe that my stance is they can consider it as to, they can consider all evidence as to whether there is in fact a RICO organization or if people are charged, but ultimately the burden of proof is on them proving
It as they alleged it in the indictment.
as they alleged in the indictment in at least one overt act.
Right, and I agree, and I do think that I'm going to give a special verdict that sets forth each of the overt acts and has the jury find them. And Mr. Floyd's looking at me and he may have something to say about that. And we're probably a long way away from what the final jury instructions are going to be and what the verdict's going to look like. But I do know that we are going to have some sort of a way to determine that the jury found at least one overt act within the RICO statute of limitations in order for them to find it. And I'm not sure of another way to ensure that that was their actual finding, but that's an argument for another day. And I appreciate your objection, and I'm considering it, but I don't think that part of it is necessary.
Just a brief response, Your Honor. I agree. We're not there yet, and that's the tension in all of this is trying to have the porridge be neither too hot nor too cold. If you don't go, if you only go into use the most superficial terminology and it's not contextualized, they'll be confused, not helped. If we do the whole thing now, we'll end up almost inevitably giving different instructions at the end and they'll conflict. Right. Pasha v. State is the case on the point Mr. Sharp was making, and it makes it very clear that any one overt act by any member of the conspiracy satisfies the statute, so they don't have to all be alleged against each one, and we don't have to prove more than one. The only, going back to where you were prior to the objection, and you may not want to address this now, but there's a kind of middle ground here because we have gang act charges. Right. And in this case, and I think you recognize this on Thursday, the gang YSL is YSL, the enterprise is YSL. Right. They're the same thing. And of course, the definitions under the two statutes are very similar. So evidence that comes in as to count one that would tend to show YSL as a gang would be admissible under any gang act provision, because we don't have to prove the specific defendant was a gang. We just have to prove there was a gang. In that context, they will be, under the law, entitled to consider it. I don't know if you want to go that deep at this point in time. I think the most important thing is to not say something that has to be taken back later, because it's always harder. It's always harder to do it twice than it is to do it once. But I wouldn't. That's just an issue for all of us to grapple with and be aware of. And I don't know if you want to create an exception that says, unless I otherwise instruct you during the case, during the course of the case, or at the end of the case.
I'm sorry. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go home. Wait, I'm at home. Sorry.
How about? All right, after I say the paragraph about how they can consider it for the RICO count, I will give you more detailed instructions regarding the gang counts later.
Your Honor.
You've got to laugh at this.
Yes, we would object to that. You cover that to the jury that you're going to give them further instructions as we go along at the end of the case. So we would object to specifying.
I was about to add at every other count later. Just typing, thinking as I go. Appreciate that. All right. I will give you more detailed instruction regarding the gang counts and every other count later. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, blah, blah, blah.
Oh my goodness.
Thoughts?
Well, Your Honor, we would ask that you reconsider pointing out the gang count to say the gang count in all other counts draws attention to it. I think it becomes confusing. We're dealing with a limited issue right now, and that will be fully covered by you to the jury later.
All right. All right. Then I'll just say, however, generally, when you're considering the remaining counts, and we'll just have to flesh it out later, unless you can come up with something, Mr. Floyd.
Two thoughts. One is there are quite a few gang counts. It's not just one. So it's a whole category, the remaining counts.
This is embarrassing.
And therefore, given how substantial it is, the idea that you're overemphasizing one thing versus the other, I don't think that's a realistic objection or concern here. Secondly, if the court, and this is the state's sort of overriding concern here, is that the result of this not be to inadvertently paint the court into a corner that becomes difficult to deal with down the road because the concepts are complicated enough. So as long as they know what they need to know now, and it's very clear to them the real instructions that will govern their verdict.
They're all real instructions.
Okay,
They'll just be more detailed.
How should I, what you said, the more detailed instructions are going to come later, and in essence, that this just helps them organize the evidence in their minds as it comes in.
Right.
It doesn't tell them exactly what to do with it. We don't have an objection.
All right. And honestly, I have taken out some of what I was going to say too. So I am thinking for that paragraph now, it is just going to say, however, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged with that count. And frankly, that's true. You should only be considering it, even as to the gang counts, against the defendant charged in that count. So that does not in any way limit, when we get there later, consideration of that element of whether there's a gang and whether anything's in furtherance of the gang. That's just, you're limiting it to the defendants charged. So I think it avoids the issue that you appropriately raised.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
We agree, Your Honor.
All right. Great. All right. So I think the next thing we need to do is get Mr. Copeland in and find out how he feels now that he has woken up on Monday.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
5 minutes before we bring in Mr. Copeland.
Let's
Sure.
go. I need Woody.
All right. We'll
Wake us up.
recess shortly for a short break.
What? Come on, man. You can't do a cliffhanger. She just said she about to get Woody up in here. Okay. Okay. I admit, I don't know the ins and outs. I'm not a legal expert by any means or measure. But it seems like you're putting the cart before the horse to get Woody in to see if Woody's going to testify when you don't know if you have a jury. I don't know how many times we have to say this. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills or something. What's in my drink this morning? It's water. It's a little enhancer thing that my daughter bought, like some little vitamin enhancer thing. Maybe that's making me crazy. How in the world are you going to ask Woody, is he ready to testify when you don't know if you have a jury to hear the testimony? This is exactly what I'm telling you. They should have did this all last week. This should have been everything they did last week. I have no idea how did y'all get here? This is crazy. And I'm still trying to figure out, and that's why I'm thinking I'm crazy, because the defense is not saying this. Like, okay, well, maybe this is how y'all do it. Because it just seems to me like, how in the world are you going to know who's going to hear Woody? Maybe that should be the question. Maybe that's the question. Who is Woody going to talk to and witness before? Who is it going to be? This 18 men or women, right? Okay. How do we know those 18 men or women are ready to listen? Well, we got to poll them first, Jason. Okay, maybe we should do that before we get Woody in here. Because Woody's going to mess it up. Woody's going to say something and y'all still don't know. They clearly have never written a book before. They've never read a book before, read a good play, watched a good movie. Their plot is all over the place. They're going all over the place. I don't even want to say they're starting at the end, working their way to the beginning. Like, no, it's all over the place. I have no idea where this play is going. How much we pay for these tickets? That's what I'll be asking my wife right now. How much you pay for these tickets, girl? Yeah, this is going to be, okay. I thought I saw somebody comment about that. It just seems really out of disjointed. That's the word I want to use. It seems extremely disjointed. And dare I say, I think they're setting themselves up for a major letdown. Now they're dragging this out. Into the extra innings for sure. But I think if Woody comes in there and says, yeah, I'm ready to testify. But every juror says, yeah, I've been watching Woody's stuff on TikTok and Instagram. And of course, I'm following him on YouTube. And I've been watching all of it. I go to my doctor 3 times a week and they're always playing it. So I already know what to say. Yeah, y'all miss that jury is going to be ruined. Oh my gosh, man. How are they doing this without blushing? How are they doing this without any kind of embarrassment? There we go. There we go. They should be embarrassed. How are you not feeling some kind of embarrassment? Oh, and let's not even talk about the fact that they told Woody last week how to basically testify without testifying. And they're saying just basically say, I don't remember, I don't recall. What you mean? If he just gets up there and says that all for an hour, I don't remember, I don't call. What you mean? What you mean? I don't call, I don't recall, I don't remember. If he just keeps saying that for an hour, they basically said that would be sufficient. This is craziness, man. I really, truly, and I apologize if I missed anybody's comments. Yeah, Whitaker probably need to go to Saturday school for sure, because we're in study hall right now. Even though somebody did point out that this is a little bit more common than I probably understand. So I got you. I don't know these ins and outs. It just seems really disjointed. This is like a student teacher studying while they're teaching the class to a bunch of kids. Like, that's what this is. So I'm literally studying it and learning it as I'm teaching it. Not just I studied and learned it last night or I studied and learned it last week, which is understandable. But no, I'm literally learning it and I'm teaching you as I'm learning it. And I'm supposed to be the teacher. It's not just the kids. So sometimes children, a classroom teacher might have kids teach back is what it's called, where I teach you a concept and you turn to your neighbor and explain the concept to your neighbor. Or you and your neighbor work together to do this math problem. You and your neighbor work together to diagram this sentence. And then everybody turn back around and then I teach another concept and then they do it back and forth. That's just teach back between peers. That makes perfect sense. Lots of people do it. It's an effective teaching method for children. Perfect. And adults too. Let me just say it's a great way to do it. What you don't want to see, however, is that your conference speaker, that your boss, or that your judge and attorneys are literally horse trading while you are in the courtroom, while this is happening. That is craziness. I don't know how. I would love to know what the mental state is of the defendants. I would love to know, like, what is their mental state right now, knowing that their lives are in the balance and Judge Whitaker, instead of dealing with the most pressing issues of this case, IE, whatever, example given that you have a jury, example given the instructions are clear that the jury knows what to do so we can move forward, so my attorney can be amazing and excellent. No, we're just talking about testimony. We're parsing through records and we're redacting stuff, but we'll worry about jury later. She literally has said that. I'm sorry. There is no way that this is going to be. Now, I will say this, though. I'm pretty sure that Woody's going to be funny. I'm pretty sure whatever happens, yeah, this is supposed to be a short break. Let me pull this back up so y'all can see. Woody's probably going to give us everything we've been missing. He's probably going to make up for all our disdain for this morning's activity. So, shout out to Woody. But the fact still remains that these men's lives are hanging in the balance. And again, I've said this multiple times. I will keep saying it. I don't know if they've done it. I don't know that. And guess what? Neither do you. Now, you can have a good, well-founded presumption that these people have done this, or you can kind of be suspicious, and there's probably good reason to be so. But your suspicions and my presumptions are not evidence of guilt, and therein is the problem. So just because I don't like his music or the guy cross-dressed or whatever like that, that does not mean that he needs to get put in jail. Sorry. Catch me outside if you want to, dearwokec@gmail.com. So just because of that, and again, I've said it ad nauseum, this case has had major problems, and I don't think anything is going to fix that fact that this case has a lot of problems. Steele said he wanted a break. Okay. Hey, I don't know. And see, that seems like such a real problem. Literally the jury could come in there and say, no, I watch it every single night. I am in Dear Woke Christians live chat. I have been watching this, eating popcorn every single day. That's going to totally to me, that's a big issue that they should have had out on the forefront, because I still don't believe they've articulated what is the standard that they would disqualify a juror. If a juror comes in there and says, yes, I watch Dear Woke Christian, I watch Cat Not Williams, I watch The Lead Attorney, I watch Law and Crime every day since this has been going on. Is that enough? Is that enough? What does it take? To me, that should have been a big issue, even more than horse trading about jail calls. Even more, I'm sorry, more than that. They should have been like, wait, how do we know we even have a jury? Because y'all spent all last week, and they did a lot of work. They worked really hard. And all of it could go in the trash because you got 18 men and women come back in there and say, yeah, I watch this all the time. And it's like better than, any kind of docudrama, any kind of reality TV. Watching y'all has been great. I know everything about you, Judge Whitaker. I know about Judge Ingram. I know why y'all kicked Glanville up out here. I ain't like him either. That dog was weird. What y'all gonna do then? I really hope that happens, because to me, the overlooking of that is worse than anything else. I think it's bigger than worrying about what Woody's gonna say, is worrying about, do you have a jury to even hear what Woody's gonna say? Okay. No, it makes sense to me. If he doesn't testify, they have to have all I'm saying is they don't have jury instructions. They should have done that. That should have been, dare I say, agenda item number 1 or 1.1. It should have been one of the first things they did, is make sure, like, how do we know if we have a jury? Now, what if Woody doesn't testify? We go to Sledge. They could have done all that stuff. The stuff they're doing right now should have been done last week. That's all I'm saying. There was a lot of dead time, even though they got they were very productive. There was still time that they could have did this, because what they're doing right now should have been handled, in my opinion. That would be akin to saying, hey, you drop your kid off at school and you find out that what they're going to be working on, they're going to spend a lot of their time today working on an art project. But standardized math tests and standardized reading tests are coming up at the end of the week. If you as a parent would be okay with that, go ahead and put a thumbs up in the chat if you would be okay with your child's teacher, your little Johnny, little Sally, their teacher is going to spend 5 hours today working on art projects, painting, knitting, making clay whatevers. But they got standardized tests on Thursday, standardized tests on Friday. Are you okay with what they're doing today? Are you okay with that? Are you all right? Like, well, wait, hold on, what? Yeah, and last week we were doing some horse trading. We were talking about a lot of science. We did a lot of stuff in science last week, and we did some reading. Oh my goodness, it was good weather, so we were outside for recess. We did an hour-long recess last week. But don't worry, Mom, Dad, don't worry. We made sure your little Johnny, little Sally had some sunscreen on, and it didn't get bit by bugs. Wait, when's the standardized test? Oh, the standardized test is Thursday. Thursday this week? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, coming up in a couple days. And y'all are not doing practice tests? You're not teaching the kids, make sure they're comfortable sitting down for that long and they know how to fill in the bubbles? Oh, no. We'll worry about that on Wednesday afternoon. We'll worry about that on Thursday morning before the test. How many of y'all are okay with that? If you don't mind, let me just see a thumbs up in the chat if you're good with that example. My goodness, in the morning. I'm sorry, my chat I'm way behind. Forgive me. None of y'all are okay with that. Still is sick? Oh, man. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, like how would you be okay with that? Nobody would, but that's what we're watching. We're literally watching your child. So you've been able to zoom in and watch your child's teacher. You know the standardized testing is coming up. And dare I say, it's life or death standardized testing is coming up. And they've been horse trading for the last week about art and about how to science stuff and lots of recess. They were doing a lot of recess. They was outside getting physically active because the sun was shining. But they got a reading and math test coming up on Thursday. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Finger paint save lives. And hear me, I'm a former classroom teacher. I love a robust teaching methodology. So I could even make math. I can make painting about math. Okay. I can make reading. Reading happens during science. I'm not making light of that. And of course, physical activity is extremely important for little brains to grow. So I'm all for a very wide experience as a child. However, I think you all get the point that I'm making. If you have something that's coming up that's very important, it don't have to only be standardized tests. Let's just say some element of the academic pursuit that's important. And you know it's coming up and your teacher is not doing anything related to that important element. That would be a problem. I think most of us can agree that there's no way that we would be A-okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't care. The spelling test is coming up on Thursday. They got a speech meet coming up Friday, something. And your child is not working on that. I think you would probably have a problem with that. And being the fact that this is gone, and Judge Whitaker has been pulling some Glanvilles as relates to these impromptu breaks, because we've only been on for about an hour and 20 minutes, and now they've already taken a break. I'm just saying. An essay test for love would be crazy. I'm sorry. I think this case has already collapsed and nobody has let them know. In my opinion, I don't see how I think this case has already collapsed. And they just want to because of pride, because of who it is that is on trial, nobody wants to just go ahead and throw in the towel and just say, you know what, we've really messed this up. And there's no way to recover this. And again, I got this bad feeling, lots of recess. Hey, look, I loved recess, okay? I had recess on lock. Absolutely. See, y'all got no, and not just homework. We're talking about a full-on report. This is like it's like a term paper. They're literally sitting in court working on a term paper, trying to get the thesis statement together. Like, why are you doing this? What's wrong with you people? Absolutely, man. I see lots of good comments. I want to, you know what? I want to just see how this is going to play out. I, there's a part of me that wants to see this thing really played out in full, everybody on tilt, right? I want to see the state in their best form. I want to see the defense in their best form. I want to see Judge Whitaker in their best form. The problem is, I don't think anybody's up to their best. The defense responds to everybody else. In my opinion, the defense doesn't have to get super amped up and go up to 9,000 because you're only operating at 18. So they don't have to like kick it up a notch until you kick it up a notch. So I don't know how the defense is going to perform. Judge Whitaker and the state, in my opinion, have done a horrible job of depicting how this is going to go. There we go. See, that's it. You can learn volleyball. You can learn French while playing volleyball. Volleyball is sufficient to teach you home economics. That's perfect right there. Like, what is going on? And please, 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 please. I'm going to say please like 12 more times. Do not interpret what I said about public education or your child learning in school to mean that by any means am I saying that parental involvement in education is not the most important element. If you've listened to me before, I call parents the first teachers. I, as a former classroom teacher, was the second teacher. I literally referred to myself to my parents as their second teacher. In conferences with my principals, I would call myself the second teacher. And people would say, well, is there another teacher in there? Yeah, it's the people that dropped you off. Yeah, it's the person that brought you in today. Yeah, it's the person that put you on the school bus. You, as a parent, are the first teacher. I'm just a second teacher. I'm just here because I know how to, I can teach them math a little bit better than you did, but you already taught them something. That's it. All right, that was it. I don't know what this case is going on. I might get charged on RICO for talking about standardized testing. Oh my gosh, I'm in Atlanta, for crying out loud. You're right. Oh Lord, now your boy. Oh man, it was nice knowing y'all. Because I ain't got two pennies to rub together. So I'm going to tell you right now, if I get brought up on RICO charges like Young Thug, y'all ain't going to hear about me. Your boy going down. It's a wrap. Come on, this should have been, they should have had a whole week in court. Again, I'm sorry. This is, I can't imagine if you were going to go before a board of investors or venture capitalists, that you would not have this thing ironed out, double ironed, triple starched, in the bag, ready to go on Friday. And on Saturday, you're praying, you're reading your scriptures, you're trying to go get a massage, you're relaxing. Sunday, you're at the church asking the people to pray for you. You're at home. Once you get home, you're just at home quiet, getting yourself ready up early on Monday morning to go ask these investors for this money or present this big budget or do this whatever. These people are literally doing the budget on a napkin in front of the investors. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. Oh, and then you ask for a recess or a break so you can go smoke. At this point in the game, whatever. I hate it. I really wish this was something that wasn't important. like, again, like HOAs or, I don't know, building an electric tower or something. I really wish it wasn't important and there wasn't men whose lives are literally dangling over the flame. I really wish that wasn't the case, because then we could all just be like, who cares? Whatever. But I mean, this is people's lives. And they're literally, if this is normal, then we are in trouble. My goodness, in the morning. We are in cash money trouble. No habla español. Yeah, parents are the first teachers. And I don't take that away from anybody. I don't want it to sound like I'm anti or for. No, I'm just giving an example. I think most of y'all got that. No, the jury is there in the building. As far as I know, hold on, matter of fact, somebody did text me. The jury is supposed to be in the house. Okay, let's see. Okay, that was not a text about that. Okay. Yeah, the jury is supposed to be there. So again, this is embarrassing. This is the fact that you've caught up is comedy. Because y'all do realize that she's been on break for 20 minutes, right? She is unleashing her inner Glanville at this point. Yeah, this is some Glanville-esque type of stuff. And you know what? Thank you, Paulette. Thank you. I think the jury's supposed to be off next week, because I want to say Judge Whitaker is going to a conference, a judges conference. Don't quote me on that, but I really believe that all the judges are going to like a judges conference. I don't think they're supposed to be here next week, because Glanville mentioned that the jurors are going to be off on the 19th of August. Here we go.
Is finishing up the last edits that we discussed to those jury instructions. Anything else before we get Mr. Copeland in and find out his intentions?
May I briefly address the court, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that the court saw that I requested a certificate of immediate review on your denial of my motion for mistrial. I believe I sent an email to Ms. Percival on Friday.
I did see that, and I instructed Ms. Percival to issue an order denying it. If that didn't get filed, I'm sorry, but I'll be denying that.
So I just want to make sure that you did see it. Okay. I would encourage you to grant it, Your Honor.
I'm sure that you would, but I'm denying it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
I will
you.
continue to argue then.
Dang.
Anything else?
Wow.
Better that y'all be cold than that I be hot, so I'm not changing it. Sorry.
Yo.
So there, I think I've mentioned before, there are 2 other thermostats somewhere in this courtroom that are supposed to control the courtroom area. And if y'all want to adjust those up, you're fine with that. I'm sorry if y'all are cold.
Wow.
Sorry. All right.
Dang.
Let's, and I assume we've got Mr. Melnick with us. Let's get Mr. Copeland and Mr. Melnick in.
Yo, man. That was the first time I've ever seen Adrian Love smile. That was it right there. I saw you, Adrian, smiling at somebody. Oh, maybe maybe so. Okay, I didn't hear that. They painting the car before they actually put the engine in it. That's what we're watching. We're watching them paint the car. They're building a car and they're painting it before they put the engine into the car. Oh, and the car is at the starting line for a race. Oh yeah, the giggle's gone. The giggle's gone. Is Woody in a suit? Yo, type Woody in a suit. Hey, that's a nice looking suit too, by the way. Y'all stop the presses. Who done got Woody a suit? I was not ready for this. Oh, he about to testify today. Oh, he is. Oh, y'all, they done got this man a suit. That knot on that tie. It's okay. It's okay. He came in with a book. Y'all, Woody got a suit. Come on.
It's Monday morning now, and I need to find out from you what your intention is with regard to whether you are going to testify in this case. You have been granted immunity so that the privilege of self-incrimination is no longer relevant because the state can't use anything that you might say in answer to their questions or any other questions against you. And you have been instructed with the benefit of counsel as to the consequences if you don't testify. So I'm asking you now what your intention is.
May I speak?
You can answer my question, please. So you're under subpoena. The state intends to question you. Are you going to answer any of those questions? Are you going to testify in this case?
Well, Your Honor, I've been pressured from the get-go. You know what I mean? Like, even when I went to the meeting with Glanville, I have told him over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? This is on my conscience. I got to keep distracting myself every day because I'm being dragged down to here because of lies that I don't told. I'm tired of y'all bothering me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're tired of being bothered, but you're under subpoena. It's a valid court order. So your decision at this point is, yes, I will abide by the subpoena and testify, or no, I will not abide by the subpoena and the immunity order, and I will be held in contempt for my refusal and put in jail. So which is your decision?
But I did the time for all my crimes that I was caught for.
Sure. This would not be any kind of punishment for any crimes you may or may not have committed. This would be that you have been ordered by a court to testify. And if you refuse to testify, you're held in contempt. You're saying, I refuse to listen to the court's order and obey it. And it is not a punishment. It is an incentive to have you change your mind and obey the court order. So which is your decision?
Do the right thing, Woody. Just do the thing, man. Come on.
Can you explain it to me?
So we talked about it.
It's the same thing that Glanville doing to me?
It is the same order that is still in control. You have a subpoena for your testimony. That is a court order. You also have a court order that says anything that you say can't be used against you other than if you get on the stand and lie and it amounts to perjury, you can be charged with that or with false statements. But if you refuse to testify altogether, when you're under a court order to do that, then that is considered contempt because you're saying, I don't care what the court has ordered, I'm not going to do it. And then you'll be put in jail through the end of this trial. Or until you decide, you know what, I think I will testify after all.
So let me, Young, I'm telling you to your face, you just said that something about it, they can lock me up for lying. I'm telling you to your face, this is all I do. and you're telling me that they can lock me up if I lie. But if I sit here and testify, so the E-way going to jail.
No, not with regard to anything that you might testify to that might otherwise admit to a crime or admit to your involvement in a crime. That's what the immunity order does. And I'm sure Mr. Melnick has explained this to you, and I know I've explained it previously, but none of that is going to result in you being put in jail because they cannot use that evidence against you to prove any of those crimes that you might incriminate yourself about.
This is sad. This is very sad.
So are you going to testify or not?
Just do it, Woody. Just do the right thing. This is sad.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Melnick again? No? Okay.
Just do it, Woody. Just do the right thing.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to have you step out for just a minute while we get the jury in. Mr. Melnick, if you could step out with him, please. Just so.
He is not looking at love like he has. There's no love for love. I feel bad for him.
Yes, ma'am. I am. I was gonna see if anybody had anything to say first.
That was not cool.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my motion for a mistrial based on coercion by Judge Glanville. This is based on the fact that Mr. Copeland, having now been properly instructed that he would only be incarcerated until the end of trial versus his instruction previously that he would be incarcerated forever. He's now deciding to testify. I think at this point, it demonstrates the coercion by Judge Glanville, so I'd like you to reconsider that.
I don't think it just demonstrates anything of the sort. I think it demonstrates that he's now been properly advised and he's making a decision anew. Thank you. Overruled. Yes.
Housekeeping matter. Is the Harvey rule still under your guidance, still in effect? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. And so I'm going to have the jury out. I'm going to give them the 3 instructions that we just discussed. Then we'll have Mr. Copeland in. I'd like him resworn. And then you can pick up from whatever you want to do post 3 p.m. June 12th.
And Your Honor, may I just step outside to see if Mr. Melnick has informed Mr. Copeland that there's going to be some testimony he's going to have to repeat. My interactions with Mr. Copeland, he'll get frustrated.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you, instead of you going to talk to anybody, just can I have Mr. Melnick in again?
Yeah.
Real fast. That's a good idea, though, to tell him that. I don't know if he's been told that or not. I don't think Mr. Melnick was in here this morning when we were discussing the directions or the instructions.
Just while we're waiting, you're going to bring them in after you give the instruction, maybe excuse, and you'll.
Mr. Melnick, I just wanted to make sure, because you weren't in here this morning when we were discussing it, and you may or may not have been in here for any of the times we were discussing it, but we are going to be essentially redoing everything post-recusal motion, and I didn't know if Mr. Copeland was aware of that or not. So some of the things he's going to feel like, man, I already said this once, but he's going to have to say it again because I'm telling the jury disregard a lot of the last few days of his testimony.
So I believe he's aware of it.
Okay.
As far as what he remembers about what he testified or didn't testify.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Your Honor,
yes.
with respect to Mr. Copeland being resworn, I would ask the court to remind Mr. Copeland that
he's still under oath. That's fine. Okay.
He's been under oath.
Since we are
He's been
accepting
under
the
oath
first
for
part
2
of his
months.
testimony anyway, sure, I'll do that. Anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury.
Y'all, this is sad to watch. Here we go.
I'll jury present counsel.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. Judge Juror Glanville is no longer the judge presiding over this case. I will be the presiding judge in this case moving forward, and you are not to concern yourselves with this change. Let me remind you, as I assume the presiding duties in this case, that none of my decisions and nothing that I say during the trial is evidence, just like none of Judge Glanville's decisions and nothing Judge Glanville said during the trial is evidence. The decisions and remarks of a judge do not mean that the judge favors or leans to one side or another in this case. The court is only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly, based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. You are to disregard any comments that may have been made by Judge Glanville that may have been disparaging of any of the lawyers in this case. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law as I will explain it to you. Now, I know that you have been on a bit of a break, but prior to that break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I'm going to instruct you and admonish you now that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, which was the last break for that day. And that is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department. The court is going to be collecting any of the notes you wrote during that portion of the trial, and I'm going to give you a short break in just a moment to identify those notes and provide those notes to my staff attorney, Ms. Persifield. And I'd like to find out at this point in time if there are any of you who cannot set aside and disregard that portion that I just mentioned of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in the deliberations in this case. That is everything after his testimony about ABG and after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th. If there is anybody who cannot set aside and completely disregard that portion of the evidence in your deliberations, please stand up now and let me know if there are any of you. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick break to go back in and identify that portion of your notes and provide them to the staff attorney. And then I'll have you back out. I'll give you some other short instructions and we'll resume the testimony. So y'all can go ahead and do that for now for me. Thank you.
Man, this is insane. So apparently that's all the questions they're going to ask. Can you disregard what Woody said when he pled the fifth when the last time y'all were here? Wow. Man, I hope I'm never this famous that they want to go through this many hoops and put me in jail.
Y'all be seated. Wow. And while they're out doing that, let me just ask y'all what was the practice with regard to order of cross-examination? Is somebody just taking it as the team? Somebody will handle it? Okay. All right.
Taking it as the team.
Like, is there going to be one of you fine lawyers who's going to represent the questioning for all of the different defendants, or are we doing all six of you individually?
All six individually.
Okay. What order are y'all going in is what I was trying to.
There's no particular order, Your Honor. Whoever gets up and starts and they generally.
Just find out from each of you whether you have anything else. Okay. You may, but I'm not going to wait for you to get back to bring the jury back. Okay.
I don't remember yesterday. Forget a month ago. Oh, Atkins is back
We'll
up.
just recess in place at this point
chair.
until the jury is finished with their note.
But see, their question was kind of weird. They asked, how many of you all are going to be able to disregard what Kenneth Copeland said in his testimony? Not have you been impacted at all negatively by what's going on in the media, what's happening on social media, whatnot. I think they asked the wrong question. In my opinion. Yep, there's no time to digest that. Yo, this is wild. And the fact that she keeps going on breaks is getting kind of irritating too. I understand, but why don't you just not give the jury their notes? Like, I don't get what, maybe I don't understand the notes that the jury is getting. Maybe I don't understand that. Yeah, like how am I supposed to, he pled the fifth, now he's back. What does that mean? And everybody was good for this. That's the part that's crazy to me. And thank you, Mango Gelato, for the very kind super chat. Thank you as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And what does he say? He says, good morning, DWC, in the chat. The judge is
That the
selfish.
jurors,
No
being
argument.
good stewards of the environment, are taking double-sided notes. So it may be that something has to be erased from the first side, but they need it for the other side. So it's going to take just a minute because they're going to have to make copies and give back to them the parts that they can continue to utilize. So in the meantime, I believe, let's see, Miss DeWilliams, you filed a Jackson Deno about some statements by Mr. Ryan, so we'll probably deal with that during our non-jury week next week. Really, that should have been filed by whatever date that was I gave you about 3 weeks ago when I first took over this case. No reason that could have been filed then. And also, you are essentially just very broadly saying voluntariness, Miranda, and I need some specifics if we're going to actually sort that out. Okay, so you need to particularize that motion. All right, next. The motion in limine 49 now supplemented that had to do with that PowerPoint presentation with one of the gang experts. Can one of y'all speak to that? I know Ms. Love's out of the room. It had appeared that there was an agreement that the state was not going to use that, but then it looked like nothing ever got reduced to writing as an order to that effect. What's the state's intention with regard to either version of that PowerPoint? Because if you're not going to use it, then I don't need to make a decision. And if a decision already got made, then y'all need to acknowledge that as well.
Your Honor, I think we were trying to check whether or not there was an agreement made before we announced it, so we had.
Well, Mr. Steele cited you to, page and verse, so it shouldn't take much more than that.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm stepping in because I did not see Mr. Steele's motion, so if you give me 1 second.
Well, that was filed on Friday, the supplement. So I need an answer to that. We can circle back on that at the end of the day. Just trying to do some housekeeping while we have time anyway.
Your Honor, speaking about housekeeping, do we have the evidence downstairs for the case?
It's somewhere. If y'all need it.
We need the evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll have to go retrieve it.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all let me know if you're tired of me saying this, but if they had ironed out everything on Friday or Thursday, ironed out all of this, they could have had the jury come in and the jury could be going over this right now. They would already know, like, hey, we're going to give you a notebook back. Go ahead and rip out your pages or redact it or make copies, whatever. They could have been doing that if they had finished up all of the important elements, which again, if that's polling the jury, I don't understand. Maybe I didn't understand what polling the jury was. That's crazy, but I digress. I think this is crazy. This is embarrassing, man. This is a disgrace. Y'all, come on. This is amazing, man. This is absolutely amazing. May I never become this famous that they go through this many hoops to throw me in jail. This is embarrassing. That literally the entire American judicial system can be reduced down to a clown show in courtroom 1C of Fulton County, Georgia. I mean, I hate to say it, but at this point in the game, I don't know if people should move to Fulton County. Matter of fact, Georgia's just closed. Y'all, Georgia, I think we should not, nobody should move to Georgia. Just stay away. We need to figure ourselves out because we don't know what we're doing. We don't know up from down, left from right. I mean, this is some by any means necessary type of court. Like, we gonna get you one way or another. I'm gonna convict you. Somebody make that song. One way or another, I'm gonna convict you. Like that's what we're watching right now. I don't know. Is that polling the jury? I don't even know. At this point, I thought it was gonna be like some more bona fide questions, but apparently that's not it. Apparently not. I don't know. I have no idea. What is this? Yeah, this is, the beach is closed, Georgia's closed. Now, y'all just stay out of Georgia. And not just Fulton County. Y'all just don't even come in it. Just stay out. At least for a while, man. We need to figure ourselves out. We need to get our whole lives together. Look, I live in Cobb County. I love it here, but nobody else needs to move. Hartsfield Jackson should only be one-way flights out of Hartsfield Jackson, at least for a week. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. The jury is reviewing what they're supposed to be forgetting. I totally forgot about that. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the notes that they're not supposed to be looking at. So they're going over the notes to see where they're going to cut off, where they're going to forget what they wrote in the notes. These people want us to take them seriously. They want the world to see us as a more higher tier judicial system. Yes, stay out of Charlotte. Matter of fact, wherever you are is where you should stay, at least for a year. Like, nobody move anywhere. Just stay where you are. Yeah, I really think there needs to be a lot more. This needs to be evaluated because this is ridiculous. Man, thank you so very much. MCARTXCA sent a very kind $20 super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting what we're doing over here. I want to say I see Texas and California in your name, but I want to say thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I'll make you the stream sponsor as well. That's going to get you the upgrade. Can y'all please just go ahead and type MCARTXCA in the chat. Let them know we appreciate that. That was very kind of you. I really appreciate it coming through and supporting what we're doing over here. And Judge Whitaker is still MIA. That thing is hilarious that they are literally looking at what they're supposed to be forgetting, which has got to be the highest level of comedy. I don't know. Have they started doing Saturday Night Live skits of this yet? Because it definitely needs to be on Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live will be funny again. I'm telling you, this right here, I can't believe this, man. I everything that has come from the defense in regards to emotion, she has shot it down with no thought, like none at all. That's crazy. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Ms. Mandy. Thank you so much for the very kind super sticker as well. Let's see, there's some chats coming up in here. I've not given them. I misspelled this. Let me change this real quick. There we go. All right. We got the chat is going crazy. Thank y'all so much for the support. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, where we at? Oh, there we go. My family lives in Texas and is from Texas to California. See, I thought I saw that in there. Yeah, I have no idea. You know what? The only thing, let's be positive. Let's be positive. Can we all agree that Woody came in there dressed like a boss? Can we at least agree to that? I mean, he had the pocket square in the jacket. He had the tie on. You know what? He was sharp. He looked really good. I want to give Woody credit for that. My heart was breaking because the man clearly does not want to be up there. And it's interesting because this is probably the second, maybe even a third witness that's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with this. Yeah, y'all forcing me to do this. Bean, the guy that was high, he said something similar to that. And there was another person like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. Y'all forcing me to do this. Man, I hope, man, I want good for Woody. I feel sorry for him. I really do. I really feel sorry for him. And prayerfully, he'll say whatever needs to be said, that he might move on and get out of here. The bad thing is, Misty, this case is a parody of a real case. This is crazy. I might need to do a parody, but it's like literally it is a parody. Wait, what'd you say? Woody is at his job interview. He looking at a legit sales job. I mean, really, there we go. I mean, I hate it for Woody because, I mean, he definitely had a rough go. Here we go. Looks like they're back. Oh, never mind. He definitely had a rough go, man. And I really believe if somebody came alongside him, he needs to get out of that environment and really brought him into an environment where he could thrive and do better. He probably would do better. I can't say that emphatically. Yeah, but let me see what Becky said. Anything but this mess. Absolutely. I mean, we're definitely a third world country in our court system for sure. This is just so bad because it's so nice in the past. Like, I agree with you 100%, Gladiator Girl. Man, thank you again. Thank you so much. Y'all thank M-Car Text Cali for the support. Thank you so much. This is super embarrassing. I have no idea how we're going to make this make sense. I mean, we're watching witness coercion go on in 4K. Like, it wasn't even ex parte. She's like, look, man, I just hope Woody gives them the business. I really do. Wait, what is this? What if it's found out that the jurors were compromised and they say that they were only asked the question given 1 second to respond? I don't think they ask enough questions. They literally only ask about one question. Did you overeat? Let's say Thanksgiving, okay? Everybody's familiar with Thanksgiving or some holiday season. Did you overeat for breakfast? You say no. All right, let's go ahead. Then you're good on your diet. Well, for lunch and second breakfast, you didn't ask about second breakfast. What about for dinner? I pulled a whole trough up for dinner, but I didn't overeat for breakfast because I was saving it for the other things. But see, they ask you the wrong question. In my opinion, she didn't ask. I don't understand that. She did not ask. She didn't ask the right questions. I'm sorry. He was stylish, man. I got to give Woody dap. Take hat tip off to Woody. It was looking clean. You got to give my man, he was clean. He was impersonating his lawyer, okay? He was like, hey, which one of y'all is a lawyer? He was looking good. So I'm going to give him some dap for that, for sure. But I think it was coercion. I mean, I don't understand how that wasn't coercion in 4K. And now we got a transcript. We got the video evidence that I think that was coercion. But I get at this point in the game, I don't know. Judge Whitaker could kick him and we wouldn't be able to say anything like that. Motion denied. Yeah, I really pray that something good happens. Somebody in that community can, or somebody else, somewhere else, can help Woody get out of that environment. Because I think it would be a really good story to show, when people get around, we could take somebody who's in bad shape. We can take a cat that is not in a good place and help him or her to get in a better position. We see it all the time with crisis pregnancies. We see it all the time with convict reacclimation programs. I wish somebody would help Woody out. He don't need to be on social media, though. He don't need to. He really needs to learn how to turn a wrench because he's not really old. Okay. He's not old. We already know he's grown. Okay. He needs to get a licensed HVAC position or electrician or metal work. I mean, he needs to turn a wrench and get dirty hands. That's what he needs. It will give him something to do. And yeah, I think it would help him out a lot. He could be an apprentice. He can work in a shop. I mean, there's a lot of stuff he can do. I don't think social media is the only way. No Channel said, I guess we see how he woke up. I guess, I don't know how, I don't know. Yo, this is some Sesame Street legal. Okay, what do we got here? Hold on a second. Okay, I thought it was a person that's at the courthouse. Give me an update, but it's not. It's my alumni association. They are talking this morning about something. I think Woody was put in a bad situation. Now, granted, let's also caveat it. This is the same Woody that was at Lance's Most Wanted, okay? So that being the case, I totally get it. However, if somebody cared about Woody and was willing to get him out of Mechanicsville into a situation where he could learn a trade and be a useful member to society, I think Woody would be amazed at the difference that he would experience if he was able to see like, yo, I have value apart from these street antics. I have value apart from what's going on in the community. What's going on negative in the community. I can be something that's beneficial to the community. I don't think Woody's ever experienced that. I don't think he's ever experienced the joy of feeling like, yo, I am helping my community. Well, thank you, that pretty girl. What does that pretty girl say? Sending you nothing but love from Nola. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you helping me out. Thank you so much, that pretty girl. We thank you. And yeah, it's sad and it hurts me to think like, I bet you he's never felt like he's been useful, especially when you hear a story about, all of this stuff really, he spiraled once his mom passed away. It's crazy. We all know a lot about Woody. That's craziness. So he spiraled once his mom died. And, hey, in the Black community, our mothers tend to be the pillars of our families, because most of the time, sadly to say, there's not a lot of dads that are in place. So the mom is the bedrock, so to speak. So yeah, if you're, I think it was like 18, 19 years old and his mom passed away because of breast cancer, that really probably was problematic for him. That makes perfect sense. So nobody's like wagging a finger at him. I don't think he's ever felt like he was a part of being useful and viable to a community. I am a husband. I am useful to my wife. I am a father. My children think I'm useful. They like me for the most part. I'm a neighbor. My neighbors think I'm useful. I am a deacon. My church sees that I am useful and I find value in those different capacities. I am a son. My mother definitely finds me useful as she's getting older and she's handicapped. So I find value in all of those relationships. I find that, hey, I'm useful to other people and things I do are valued by certain people. My wife values things. My kids value things. My mom, my church, and so forth. I don't know if Woody has that experience where he feels like as a man that he has value, that people see him as useful. They see me as useful in society in a good way. Because sure, you can be useful in a bad way. Yeah. But we're talking about usefulness he used to be a truck driver. I think he has a disability, but maybe he could go back to being a truck driver. I don't know. To me, I think the opportunities and possibilities for Woody are greater than he's a criminal, throw him away. Well, if you do that, that's why we got this. Yeah, I haven't seen every video. I've heard him say this a lot. Grandma, what does Grandma say? Every video, or rather interview, I've seen what he says that he's trying to do right, but the state won't let him. I think that's probably true. And matter of fact, we just saw it. The dude said, I don't want to testify. Well, they're going to throw him in jail if he don't. And if he does, what's that doing? Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that you found me, that pretty girl. Thank you so much. Okay, so what does Alyssa say? He did an interview recently, and he said exactly that. The actual love he's getting from people he don't know, praying for him and sending him love. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, can you send me that article or that interview? It probably is that DJ University one. If that's it, can you just send me the link or post it in the chat, Alyssa, or email me, dearworldc@gmail.com? Because I'm pretty sure he doesn't feel useful. I'm telling you, men that feel useful do things to continue to feel useful. Okay? My daughter drives. I took her car yesterday to get it gassed up, to check her tire pressure, all that stuff, because I feel useful to her. My wife was dealing with some stuff, and I'm sitting there listening to her talk about it, because when I do that, I feel useful to her. Yesterday, we did the deacon's pancake breakfast. I was there pancaking it up. Why? Because I feel useful, and the value that I retain, that I get back from people saying, man, thank you so much for this. This was so great. This is so wonderful. The coffee was wonderful. All that stuff is good. Woody needs to feel that. Woody needs somebody to meet him at the courthouse and offer him a job. He needs to feel useful. Because useful men don't try to do unuseful things, unvaluable things. Sure, there are some. But most men, as I understand it, if we feel, man, I am useful in this job, we don't deliberately seek and go out to try to be unuseful to that job. We might try to be there's some rascals out there. There's some scoundrels out there. But most men don't try to do that. And most people don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, he needs to get in a church with some role models. And man, hey, you want to come up to Smyrna, my guy? You can hang out with me. We can go to lunch every Sunday. It feels good to be needed, but also to know that you're valuable, not just need because people want to take money from you. Because I think, sadly, that's probably what happened to Young Thug. He probably was very needed because he was the one that had all the money. And not a value statement like, man, I value you as a person. Not I value you only because you got that bread in your pocket. But you add value to the equation. I mean, this is going to turn into a true object lesson. There's going to be college courses written about this case. More than there'll be college courses written about anything else. I mean, we are going to see, if America continues and lasts, by God's grace, lasts another week, there'll be opportunities for us to look back at this and say, yo, this is what we did wrong with a group of men. This is how we did wrong. This is where our judicial system made that last lap around the toilet bowl. I mean, this is it right here. Yo, what are we doing, Judge Whitaker? It was a university one. Okay, thank you so much, Spitfire. I will make sure I grab that because I saw it and I just haven't had, I saw it. I saw it pop up in my feed. I just didn't have time to look. I'm like, oh, another Woody interview. But many people have mentioned it and it's been top of mind, absence of mind. So just charge it to my heart, not to my head. Charge it to my head, not to my heart. Sorry. Maybe I should put my glasses on. Maybe I could think clear. I don't know. Yeah, this is wild. Oh, well then, hey, if Woody's going to church, then praise God. I hope that he's going somewhere, and I hope it's outside of the community. He needs to get away from the community. Yo, if Woody says that, now they're going to strike the comment. But I mean, look, as much as funny as Woody is, Woody was a blessing. That when we first met him, he was a blessing. Let's just tell the truth. I just want him to get off that stand and live to be an old man. That's just it. And I don't want him to go to jail. I don't think that's going to be a benefit to him. He needs to be somewhere where he can be discipled, mentored. Somebody put him in a headlock and say, stop acting like a screwball. He needs to be around people who are going to help him out, who don't need anything from him, though. When I need you to go do bad things, I'm not a good person. A good person. If I need you around me because I need you to add value to our relationship, that's different. I try my best not to hang around people that don't add value to me, and I can't add value to them or our relationship. I don't want to be around people that want me to do bad stuff. And sadly, I don't think he's around people that want him to do good stuff. You got to be around people that want you to behave a certain way. I don't have many friends that use vulgar, repulsive language. I don't have many of them around me. I know people that do. I talk to folk who do. But my friends, if you go through my first 10 people I call pretty much on a regular basis in a week, none of them use that kind of language. And guess what? I don't use that kind of language around them either, because it doesn't enhance our relationship. Now, maybe that's how your relationship gets down. I don't care. For me, that doesn't work. What also doesn't work is the fact that Judge Whitaker, this is the 1900th break before 11 o'clock. Am I missing something? Let me just, this thing, has it restarted? Y'all don't let me sit here and be talking. Whew. I was feeling some kind of way. I was like, Lord, because my phone is ringing, but I'm like, that looks like my alumni association. All right, man, they over here love talking. What are they talking about this morning? Them scallywags. Okay. All right, make sure I'm not missing something. No, like, all right. All right, I'm sorry. We're just, I have no idea what they're doing. They've been asking for the Kamala bucks, man. We're not going to even get started on that, retired. We ain't going to even get started on that. We're not going to even go there. What does Cammie say? Cammie says, thank you so much. And I appreciate it about you, DWC. You're teaching me that I don't have to use vulgar language to get my point. No, I look, I've had my bouts. I had a couple bouts. Fun story. I used to, coaching at the gym, we had a coach who was ex-Army. And most military guys and gals, they do have they have spicy language. So I started hanging around this coach. He is a great coach, a fantastic guy. But my goodness, in the morning, his language was atrocious. And so I started cussing. So at the gym, I would be cussing. I'd be cussing around the house, just using profanity. And one day I was talking to a very good friend of mine who's been my friend for, at that point, probably 25 years. And I was just talking to him and I was just letting him fly. Just cuss word, cuss word. And he stopped like literally in the middle of the sentence. He said, Jason, stop right there. Why are you talking like that? Why are you using that kind of language? And he made me feel so bad. He's like, man, why do you mean to tell me you can't convey your message clearer than that without using language like that? And that was not going to say that's the last time I used profanity. But when Larry said that to me, he kicked me right and kicked me clean in my solar plexus. I said, man, you're right. And so I stopped. And I talked to Jake, the coach at the gym. I said, man, you don't need to talk like that, because he's actually a really smart guy. Very fun guy. Lots of people loved him. And I'm like, yo, you can actually consider that. And he did. He got a little bit better. Not perfect by any means or measure. But he did, in fact, consider his own language. So thank you so much for that, Cammie. Yo, can somebody get Judge Whitaker in the building? She gonna turn around and go to lunch in a second. Yo. Okay, so it was that interview. Okay, I've got to go get this interview. I am so sorry I did not pull that up. I should have been listening to it. I saw it and somebody mentioned it was good. I'm like, okay, whatever. I didn't think it was going to be as good, but clearly I need to get that. So thank you. Matter of fact, let me stop telling jokes. Let me go ahead and grab it right now. while I'm there. University. Where is that? Are they here in Atlanta? Yeah, I mean, this video done pretty well. Is this it? There's parts of it looks like. I have to find this guy. I might need to maybe find out who he is. Oh, they're based in Chicago, they said. Oh, I ain't going up there. I'm gonna leave Shy alone. Y'all can have that. All by yourself. Okay. Yeah, this looks like it's done pretty well. Let me snag it real quick and then I'll peep it out. Shout out to DJ University TV. Looks like that interview. Again, I've heard a lot of times that was a good interview. So, and apparently Grandma says it's must watch. So now I have it and now I will watch. Yo, I want to crack a lot of jokes about that comment about the overheating and her being hot. Because like I said, she's mentioned it a lot in this trial about the heat issue. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not low tier comedy, but I want to crack some jokes about that, but I'm going to leave it alone. I might have to save that for Dear Woke After Dark, cracking jokes about Judge Whitaker. There's no way this trial is going to end. I told you I'm from Aurora, Illinois. So I try to stay away from Chicago. I try to stay away from the Mason-Dixie line, truth be told. I like staying right here in the South. But we will talk about that soon enough. Soon enough, Gelato. Soon enough. Are you in Chicago, Gelato, by any chance? Yeah, I got the whole interview. I literally just downloaded it, Grandma. I just downloaded it, so I have a copy of it right now. I think you are in Chicago. I don't think he is. Because he don't want to go to jail. He's tired of going to jail. Personally, I think Woody's going to just say, I don't remember, I don't recall. What you mean? What you mean? I don't recall. I don't remember. I don't remember. What you mean? I don't recall. I think he's just going to do that. Got it. Mango Gelato, can you shoot me an email? dearwokec@gmail.com. We need to talk. Just saying. Okay, good. I am so glad that you said that, Costa Chameleon. I'm going to let you I'm going to let your statement be, everybody knows where my joke was going. Because I'm a former classroom teacher. So most of the time, all of my coworkers are women. So I'm going to let that joke, everybody knows where my joke was going. Everybody knows where my joke was heading. I mean, he literally said, I lied over and over again. So if he gets up there and says something that's a lie, how are they going to perjure him? And I think that's really what Woody, like his mindset was like, wait, how are you going to perjure me if I lie when I told you everything I said was a lie? Like that makes, this is very confusing. Yeah, so Gladiator Girl heard it too. Yep, she said that, and that's when I was joking about the Ruth Bader Ginsburg collar thing, and I was like, "Well, you should take that whatever it is under your collar off." Yep, that was the day she said that. And I was like, and she said that several times. So I'm like, "Hey, this is weird. I'm gonna leave it alone." Woody is smart, and I mean, he's done criminal things, so I'm definitely not that. I'm just saying, yeah. Y'all crack me up. The question to the jury was asked carefully and deliberately. Right, but it was only one question, in my opinion. You asked them, hey, did you overeat on Thanksgiving morning at 10 o'clock? Well, most people are like, no, because I didn't even wake up by then. Or no, I was fasting until afternoon because I want to eat as much as I can. That doesn't mean that you didn't break your diet. That doesn't mean you ate responsibly. There should have been more questions, I feel like. Yeah, there's a lot of, maybe you know what? Maybe they're polling the jury right now. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe that's why this has gone so long, because they're actually polling the jury off camera. Maybe that's it. I'm because this makes no sense at all. Like I thought they were literally just recessing in place. But I mean, it now seems like they're recessing. They at recess. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, this is cuckoo. All right. What's going on? We watch YouTube. Came in with the jokes. Coming in hot with the jokes. Pun intended. It's been 36. It has? Yikes. Maybe so. Maybe the jury said, hey, we're broken. Maybe that's it. And they're like having an emergency. We got to repair this jury meeting, but it's not, I don't know. Wow. All right, here they go. She's smiling. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I will. Unmute your mic, Whit. Unmute your mic.
Is still under oath. Oh, actually, tell them to hold off because jurors, we have retrieved the notes that they are not to have or consider, and they have back the notes that portions of the notes that they can have. So we are ready on that front. And I believe we are ready to get Mr. Copeland back in and pick up with his testimony. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get him on the stand.
Do we swear him in?
No, I'm just going to remind him that he is still under oath. Oh, actually, tell them to hold off because get them in. I still have this one page of instructions, so then we'll have him in. Yeah, get them now. Thanks. So we're going to get the jury in.
All right, let's hear it. Let's go. There are some new people we haven't seen in a while.
It's honestly fine either way if he's already on the way. He's not. Okay.
Who's the young lady right there with the blonde braids right there? In the beige jacket.
Thank you. All right, y'all can be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted during this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of this trial. Count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is sometimes referred to as RICO. At the end of the case, I will give you detailed instructions about what is required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. And at that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles to just keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions that I will give you at the end of the case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others. In this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged in count 1, and since each of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged in that count. All right, we are going to go ahead and resume with Mr. Copeland's testimony. So let's go ahead and get him in.
Here
All right, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Michelle Cal?
I don't recall.
Let's go, Woody.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Michelle Cal?
I should answer your objection.
Sustain.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Michelle Cal?
I don't recall.
Mix it up a little bit. Give me some other ways of saying I don't recall.
December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when a shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you. Also back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Come on, Woody.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a Club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall nothing.
Just keep saying it.
Years ago.
Just keep saying it. Don't get upset.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't remember.
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
All right. In January On January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3 o'clock in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like, I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your date of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
You say so?
What?
Is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. Okay. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right. Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview, okay?
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard the commentary by the witness.
Now, during the interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was Nut's little brother?
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay. So do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And
stop elaborating,
when
man.
I say Nut, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Is he?
You asking me that?
I am asking you that.
Say that again?
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months, and this was back in 2015?
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef, and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other?
Huh?
In this January 11, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially when you and Shokel were in the club, y'all never really fist fought. Y'all just would throw up birds at each other.
Like I told you, before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all piss me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. Okay. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're going to have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
For just a minute.
Objection, improper instruction of the witness on how to testify.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not. Don't instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And
any other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
If you can answer the questions truthfully, and we can move forward. Can we do that?
I don't recall.
All right. Now going back to 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe first about a meeting that you had with Shokel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been to the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Is the Cascade skating rink in Atlanta?
I don't recall.
It's on
Did
Cascade
you tell
Road.
Detective Thorpe that while at the Cascade skating rink that you met and that you talked to Shokel about all the beef that you had with each other?
I don't talk. I'm gonna be doing with my gun.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you had a gun at the Cascade skating rink?
I would never tell the police nothing I did.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, did you meet with Atlanta Police Department detectives on at least 5 occasions after the murder of Nutt?
I met with them a lot of times.
Okay. And during each of those times, did you talk to them about what was happening between YSL and If Gang?
I was telling them whatever I think that get them off of me.
Okay. Did you go and talk to the police after your car was shot up on the highway?
It's called finessing.
Okay. But did your car get shot up while you were on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, your child, and your child's mother get shot at while you were leaving your home?
They got shot at.
Okay. Were you with them?
Not my kids and my child, mama.
Were you coming out of the house with you, your child, and your child's mother? Did that occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your girlfriend's father's home get shot up after Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I don't recall.
All right. So going back to January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel talked about the beef that the two of you had with each other?
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that, when you and Kel spoke, Kel asked you to call Thug on the telephone. It's effect on the listener or not.
It's a what? I'm sorry.
Effect on the listener or not. Whether or not he called, but what he did in response to being asked that.
All right. Overruled.
So, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you met with Kel at the Cascade skating rink, he asked you to call Thug?
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could.
Dang it.
Every time I came out the door, the police was on me. And they keep bringing up Thug's name. So what I did was, to get them off of me, I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never, I knew he didn't do it. And I In my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me. And that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I done told them in the past, but my whole motive was Doug did it because I knew he didn't do it and they couldn't lock him up. And they keep talking about Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say the police stop me now, hey man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Yeah,
Okay.
So I don't recall.
You don't recall going to the police or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
All right.
I just know
Leave it
that
alone.
every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up. And I knew that they had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. That's why I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out of him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today, he gonna have something to say about Thug, and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of shit. And y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up bullshit that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing that? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna try me for what I did, I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
Would you mind your language while we're sitting here in court?
I'm trying to. Y'all need to give me a break because my blood pressure is real high. I keep telling y'all, leave me alone.
Okay. And the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can leave you alone. Do you understand?
Okay, I don't recall.
Okay.
That's it. Just go there. Stay there. Woody. Stay
Going
there.
back to January 11th, 2015.
I don't recall.
Can I finish the
Wait
question?
and listen to the question first.
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department, Detective Thorpe didn't ask you about Thug. You brought up Thug. Do you recall that?
I did.
You did. Okay. So let's continue. During your meeting with Detective Thorpe, when you went down to the police department, did you tell him about the beef that you were having with Shell Cal?
Am I here to tell the truth or to remember my lies?
I want you to tell the truth.
Wow.
But you keep going to my lies though.
That's what you, back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that this was a lie?
I done told the police whatever. Listen, when they get me, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till wait, four years later. So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is. If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. Y'all, what's up?
Can I ask you this? In 2021, when you interviewed with Investigator Viverito after you got out of prison, did you tell her that everything you said back in 2015 was the truth, but we as a state didn't believe you back then?
So my thing is, right? I went to jail. So the lies that I was telling, they didn't go for it. Y'all didn't go for it. Whoever didn't go for it. So I went to jail, did my time for it, right? And then y'all got me again. So guess what they say? Well, we're going to bring up the name again. And guess what I'm going to do? Try to finesse my way out of it again because y'all didn't touch him for the lies I done told him on them in the past. So guess what? It ain't nothing to put the blame on Thug for what I did. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to blame him for.
And
I don't recall.
Okay. And
Right,
let me
stay
ask you
there.
this. You keep talking about Thug, but were you asked about other individuals as well? During all these interviews, were you asked about Shannon?
And I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Okay, were you asked about Demekion Garlington?
I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Were you asked about Quindarius Zachary?
I'm gonna put the blame on everybody but myself.
Okay. And during this time, did all the police, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are going to have to verify what you said?
And did they?
My
You
question
have one answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And when they told you they had to verify what you said, you continued to talk to the police.
Because with the knowledge that I have, it's nothing to trick the police.
But if they had to verify what you said, they had to make sure that what you said was true. How could you trick the police?
Easy.
Overruled.
How could you trick the police?
Easy.
How?
I don't recall.
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware
Guys.
that the things that you talked about were verified?
There you go. I knew it was coming.
Sustained. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Y'all all step back to the jury room for me. Thank you.
What happened? What happened? Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Wait, yeah, what happened? What happened? I don't get it. Okay, let me get out of the way.
All right, I don't know which, y'all can be seated. I don't know which person.
Go out.
You can go out. Thank you.
You say go out?
Yeah, just stick very close. Mr. Melnick, you're gonna go out there with him.
He gonna be on IG Live in a minute.
I don't know who voiced the objection first, but I mean the motion, who said they had a motion first, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way. It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution, that is bolstering by the prosecution, that is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial. If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it. And respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sharp.
I adopt everything that my motion is the same. I adopt everything that Mr. Attorney Steele said. I'll also say that in Attorney Hilton's statement that the claims of Mr. Copeland were verified by the police. It's an improper expression of belief by an advocate in front of the jury, and that is improper. And I'll also add, Your Honor, not only do I not believe it to be true, but also there has been absolutely no evidence presented that any of this has been verified.
All right.
So, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Response? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody joins. Okay.
Come on, House, jump on up and say something.
When I asked the question, Your Honor, what we will eventually get to with Mr. Copeland, I believe, is that he's the person who told the police initially on the night of the murder about certain facts that were verified. And when I say verified, that we have corroborating evidence to support it. So Mr. Copeland, when he talked to police in June of 2015, he told the police that Mr. Williams rented the car that was used in the murder from.
Can I stop you for just a second?
Yes.
It may be that some of the things were verified. It may be you have presented evidence or will present evidence that some of the things were verified. The question that you asked was, did you know that all of the things you told them were verified? So that's the issue.
Okay. And I didn't mean all, but some of the things that he told police were corroborated. Maybe my better version.
That's how you said it.
Correct. So it was inartful, but what I was talking about is the things that he told police was corroborated by other evidence. And so
do you have a response to their motion for mistrial with regard to you having said, did you know that all of the things you told the police were verified?
Your Honor, I would ask that a mistrial not be granted, but that you ask the jury to strike that question, and I can rephrase the question.
All right. You need to be more artful.
Yes.
From the get-go with your questioning from here on out. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. I propose to instruct the jury, remind the jury that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence, and also to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from their minds. Any further curative instructions proposed?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? Talk into your mic if you don't mind for me.
Make sure that after the court gives that instruction, we do not abandon the motions that have been joined in by everybody. So I don't have to get back up and say, that's not good enough.
No.
We don't agree.
I'm asking you now. And I understand y'all would still prefer a mistrial, short of a mistrial, which I'm denying at this stage. These are the curative instructions I'm proposing. If understanding you'd still rather have the mistrial, is there anything further curatively that you all would like to add?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I have nothing.
All right. All right. Nothing from anybody else.
No, Your Honor, just the same thing. The rule is that before the next question is posed, we have to again ask for a mistrial, but you just said that that's preserved, so nothing further.
Understood. All right. Thank you. All right. We're ready to get the jury back in and Mr. Copeland back on the stand. You can do that first. And y'all, one of the jurors needs to be on a quick Zoom at 12:30, so we're going to break for lunch by that time.
But since Woody has said that he lied on the tapes, will they bring the tapes in to try to impeach him saying it now? That seems like it's going to be a problem.
All right, everybody can be seated.
All right, let's see what you got.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Actually,
Round two.
I'm not sure they are. Almost all jurors are present and accounted for.
Yeah, but all present.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence. And I need you to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from your minds. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to this January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that once Thug and Kel had a conversation and you thought everything was squashed between you and Kel back in January of 2015?
Push a question.
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe in the January 11, 2015 interview that at the Cascade skating ring, Kel and Thug had a conversation and you thought your beef with Kel was squashed once you left the Cascade skating ring?
My motive was to get the heat off of me. The only way I was gonna get it off of me, what I thought about putting on I felt he was rich and the police locked me up and do what they want to do to me because I'm broke and I can't afford to pay for a lawyer. He rich, they're not gonna bother him. So I said, I got it off me by putting it on him.
How is telling the police that the beef was squashed after a phone conversation puts anything on Thug?
Because I gotta line it up to get it off of me. So you gotta set the pattern.
Okay. Next, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you on Monday you all went to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. Going back to January 11th of 2015, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about going to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I told the detectives, I don't know none by their name, but everyone they talked to me, as long as they sit in front of me, y'all gonna put the blame off on anybody to convince them to get off of me.
How is going to Club?
I don't remember what I don't told the detectives. I don't have a clue what I don't told them. That's why I can't tell you exactly what I don't told them because I can't remember what I said.
Okay. Did you go to Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I probably did.
All right. And at Club Crucial, did you get into a fight with Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that you got into a fight with Kel at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas got killed?
I probably did.
Okay. And did you tell them that was after you were flashing money while you were on the stage?
I probably did. I know. I would Detective Thorpe. His brain was the size of a squirrel brain, so you could just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to ask permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
You don't care?
What they mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Isn't it true that in this January 11, 2015 interview, that you told Detective Thorpe that at Club Crucial on that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that Kel punched you in the back of your head?
I don't recall what I told the detective.
And is it all? I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
I don't recall what I told him specifically, however you pronounce it.
Okay. Oh, man. And is it also true that after Kel punched you in the back of the head, then other people came and began jumping on you as well?
I don't recall.
They time gonna come.
That's not the question I asked you. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe during this January 11, 2000 interview that after Kel punched you in your head, that other individuals also began to jump on you as well?
I don't recall what I done told the police.
And also in that same interview, is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
To get wet.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
I ain't doing no running.
Okay. And is it true that after you ran outside of the club, that you told Detective Thorpe?
I ain't doing no running, Miss Hilton.
Okay. Well, is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I told you I tell him anything.
Okay.
You want the truth though, but I ain't doing no running. I'm gonna make other people run.
All right. And once you went outside of the club, you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J.
Did I do something to him?
I don't recall.
Once you went out the club, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Bloody J outside, you asked them what was up. Like, why did they beat you up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that one of your friends ended up beating up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Okay. Then you also told Detective Thorpe that after this incident on Club Crucial, the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, you told him about a meeting that you were aware of involving an individual by the name of Mo. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with a person by the name of Mo?
I don't recall.
Come on. Stay calm, Woody. Stay calm.
And that the meeting with Mo was about you and Thug. You and Thug were the topic of discussion at this meeting with this individual named Mo.
Sound like something else I make up.
Okay. And that at the time, Mo is actually in prison.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. And that the guy in prison, he's supposed to try to get you and Thug killed.
I don't know about Thug, but I'm still here, ain't it?
That's not my question. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
Nobody gonna do nothing to me.
Dang it.
So do you not remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I told Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. Also, in that same interview, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that once you found out about this meeting, you reached out to members of If Gang and asked them if they were going to kill you and Thug?
You sound cop and deuces?
I'm sorry?
You sound cop and deuces?
I asked you, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you heard about this meeting, about people wanting to kill you and Thug, you text people of If Gang asking them if they wanted to kill you and Thug?
I bet you don't got any text messages. So my answer is, you want me to tell the truth. And the truth is, when I talked to Detective Thorpe, whatever his name is, I told him anything. And I'm telling you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made things up.
Okay.
That is the God honest truth.
So is it your testimony today that that you were not aware of a meeting? That you were the subject, we wanted to kill you?
My answer is, I don't recall nothing. I don't told the detective. So, and I'm telling you, whatever I did tell him, I was making it up. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out.
Right. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
Huh?
Isn't it true that you also told Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
I probably did, just to try to make my story seem more convincing. I don't recall what I done told them. I don't know.
Okay. And during the course of that shooting at the Lakewood house, Thug's car got shot at.
I don't recall.
Now, did you also speak with, is it true that you spoke with Detective Thorpe about the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered?
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm not.
All right. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered, you were actually at the studio with Thug?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. And that the studio that you were at was DJ Drama Studio?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know that. I don't recall.
All right. Have you ever been to DJ Drama Studio with Thug?
I don't even know who DJ Drama is.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that on the morning of Donovan Thomas's murder, you actually went to your girlfriend's house early in the morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock a.m. after you left the studio with?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you left the studio on Friday night, the night before Donovan Thomas was murdered, you went to your girlfriend's house at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that would be on Saturday, January 10th?
I don't know. I can't remember what I told it. I don't recall what I told it, man.
Okay. And is it true that in that same interview on January 11th, that you told Detective Thorpe that you stayed at your girlfriend's house until about 7 p.m. at night, and that's when you left your girlfriend's home?
I'm single.
Back in 2015, did you have a girlfriend by the name of Deshawn Quarterman?
I don't recall.
You didn't have to say her name like that.
Okay. Did you have a girlfriend back in 2015?
My daughter mama, yes.
Okay. And was she your girlfriend in 2015?
She's my daughter mama.
In 2015, was she your girlfriend?
We had a child together in 2015.
All right. And during the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you woke up at her house, that she was not present? She was not there at the house when you woke up?
I don't remember what I told the detective.
Okay. Do you remember her being at the house when you woke up the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Okay. How am I supposed to remember that?
And when you woke up and she wasn't home, you actually called her to find out where she was. Do you remember did you tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you also called your brother to get his car on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You say, is it true?
Yes.
Nothing I say is true.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you called your brother to get his vehicle on the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You said, did I call my brother to get his vehicle?
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed, you got your brother's vehicle so that you could borrow his car?
Yeah, that was another lie.
Okay. So you never borrowed your brother's car?
No, that was my car.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall telling Detective Thorpe. No, I mean, like, my brother never let me drive his car.
Okay. Is it true that your brother lived in the same neighborhood as your girlfriend back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that on the same January 10th, 2015 date, you actually left your girlfriend's house and went to your brother's house to change clothes and to get his car so you can use it?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you got the car from your brother, you actually drove over to Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
And it's also true that after you drove over to Mechanicsville, or when you drove over to Mechanicsville, you went to the green store.
I don't recall.
And is it true that when you were at the green store, someone gave you some peroxide to put on your mouth because you had a cut on your mouth?
What?
Huh?
Back in January 2015.
No, I'm saying, I don't recall. You don't gotta re-ask this again. I don't know nothing about none of that you talking about.
Okay. And while you were in Mechanicsville, you got a call from Little D from Mechanicsville that he was on Cleveland Avenue. Do you recall telling the?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Little D from Mechanicsville.
And once you got the call from Little D, you actually drove over to Cleveland Avenue and met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Yep. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told Detective Thorpe
It's crazy.
that when you got to the McDonald's at Cleveland Avenue, Little D got into the car with you and just told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
Detective Thorpe is a person that you can just tell anything to. And that's what I did. I do not recall what I said to that man.
Is it true that you then told?
Objection. I'm going to ask about prior statements. I'm going to ask them to specify which statement.
All right.
The date.
Okay. Can you be a little more specific in your questioning as to which statement it is?
Sure. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in that same interview, when you met with Little D, he told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
I don't recall.
And you responded, really, bro?
I don't recall.
This is questionable.
And then you asked him what happened.
I don't even know what happened.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked him what happened?
I don't recall.
And the first thing you told Little D was, damn, they gonna say that I did it, bro.
Huh?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11th interview that after Little D told you that Nut got killed, you said to Little D, damn, they gonna say I did it, bro?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Okay. Isn't it true you told Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
All right. And he responded to you, shit, before I know you ain't do it.
Who responded to me?
Little D, that's what Little D said to you.
He said what?
Shit, but I know you ain't do it.
You just make her cuss.
That what he said?
That's what you said to Detective Thorpe.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Then is it true that you also told Detective Thorpe that as you were leaving the McDonald's, Moontunk called you?
Moontunk.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you don't recall Moontunk called you that night? Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And that Moontunk called you on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
And Moontunk, for the record, is MOONKTOONK. And is it true that when Moontunk called you, you told Detective Thorpe that they think that you and Moontunk killed Nut?
I don't recall.
And at that time, Detective Thorpe asked you for a number for Moontunk.
He did?
Do you remember him asking you for a phone number for Moontunk?
I don't recall. I don't remember what we talked about in the interview.
Okay. And also during that interview, you told Detective Thorpe that Moontunk actually FaceTimed you.
Told you could tell the Thorpe anything, he'll go for it.
And in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially you didn't want to come to police headquarters, but you talked to people and asked them whether or not you should come down to the police headquarters?
Can't nobody give me, I would not listen to nobody, not even you.
Okay.
Shout out to President Not Perfect.
Is it
Thank
true
you, sir.
that you told Detective Thorpe? So at first I asked like, hey bro, they saying I did it. I need to go to headquarters. And he's like, nah, we need them to call you. And I told everybody I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I called. I was trying to get the best advice I can. Then the next they were like, oh, I called my girl's mama. I was talking to her before they shot her house up. Me and her was talking on the phone.
You put me here to tell the truth. The truth is I made it up. I keep telling you this. So the police can't get me. Man, we got you. You put a gun out on us, man. Just give us your boy Thug. What y'all want me to say?
On January 11th, did you pull the gun out on anybody? On January 11th, 2015, did you pull the gun out on anybody?
I ain't did nothing.
Okay, so you went down to the police department on your own, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and when you went to the police, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
I think that was the motive.
Okay, so you went down on your own to tell them about whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Say it again?
You went to police headquarters on your own to tell them whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
This is embarrassing.
Is it a trick question?
No, it's not a trick question.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Back in January of 2015.
2015.
The night that Nut was murdered, you went to Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
I knew it. I knew it.
And when you went down there, that was clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
You gonna lock me up?
Did you get locked up on January 11th, 2015?
I'm saying if I get my answer now.
Did you go to clear your name about killing Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
You know what he was about to do.
In that same interview, you were asked who dropped you off to the police department. And you told them it was Moontok who dropped you off to the police department. Is that correct?
I thought you said Moonton called me.
After Moonton called you, did you meet up with Moonton?
I don't recall. So much happened that night. I don't know.
Okay. What do you remember happening that night, Mr. Copeland?
Shit, I don't know. I ain't telling myself.
All right. And back in 2015, isn't it true that Moonton was driving a blue or gray Malibu vehicle?
That's him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
This is embarrassing, man.
In the same January 11th interview, did you also tell Detective Thorpe that the only person that you had beef with from If Gang was Kel?
I don't recall. What I told the detective.
Take it easy.
But if you asking me for the truth, I keep telling you, I would tell detectives whatever they wanted to hear or whatever they wanted me to say to get out of my situation.
Just take it easy, Woody. Take it easy. Take it easy. Y'all, thank you so much for everybody watching this.
Now, during this interview with the January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you talk about the gang that Kel was involved in?
I gotta tell you about something. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel was a part of 9 Deuce Inglewood ABG gang?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that that was the same gang that Bloody J was a part of?
I don't recall. I thought I was here to tell the truth.
Okay. And what's your new version? What's your truth today?
That I lied.
And that you lied about everything back in 2015?
My truth today is I lied and put the blame on others for a lot of activities. I ain't telling them myself. I ain't got nothing else to say. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Detective Thorpe about you at one time being cool with Bloody J? Or being friends with Bloody J?
I don't recall what I told detective, investigator, what deputy, whatever you want to call them.
Okay. And then you stopped being cool with Bloody J and APG once you started hanging around Thug.
I don't hang around other people.
Okay. Isn't that true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11, 2015 that
did he say
when
ugly people?
Thug started letting me hang around him, that's when you were no longer cool?
I'm from Mechanicsville. I do what I want to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him off of me.
If you haven't already, hit the like button, y'all. Thank you so much to all 300 that have.
Y'all
hit the
believe
like
me
button.
so much. Why? Never mind, man. Look.
Stay cool, buddy. Stay cool.
After Donovan Thomas was killed, did Deshaun's mom's house get shot up?
You said her mom's house get shot up?
Yes, sir.
We're going.
Yeah.
And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about the fact that her mother's house got shot up after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't remember if I said it to him, but I know how Mama House did get shot up, so I don't know what I told him.
So if you told him that her house did get shot, that would have been the truth and not a lie, correct?
Look, y'all had 50 police investigators questioning me different times. I don't remember, because I know y'all trying to trick me to get me back in jail. I don't know if it was Detective Thorpe, Gaten, Dennis, or whoever other police is here. What I don't lie and told them. But every time that they came and told me, I sat in front of them and gave them whatever I wanted to tell them. And if it was the truth, it would not take no 10 years later for them to try to go do anything about it or to go back and use it. I'm telling you today, I told you before y'all put me in this courtroom that I lied. I don't want to be here. I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not in here trying to work in nobody's favor. Y'all is not fit to put it on my conscience that I done sat up here and lied on these boys for stuff that I don't did. Not what I did, but for stuff that I'm not fit to sit up here and lie on them. And no, I don't care. Stop asking me questions. I'm not fit to lie on them.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question that Ms. Hilton just asked you and see if you can answer that question. Just pay attention to what she's actually asking you and answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was, on January 11, 2015, you told Detective Thorpe about Deshaun's mother's house being shot up, correct?
I told it to a police. I don't know which one to be specific.
And that was not a lie, correct?
Her house was been shut up.
Okay, so that wasn't a lie when you told Detective Thorpe that, correct?
I don't know if it was him I told it to.
Okay. I don't think we got a clear answer yet. Overruled.
So that wasn't a lie though, correct? If you told any police, whether you remember being Detective Thorpe or Gaither, was that a lie?
That her house was shut up?
Yes.
I'm saying.
So was that a lie?
What you mean?
You just said
so. When you finessing the police, this how you finesse the police. You take a little bit of the truth and you take the bullshit and you put it together.
Okay. So
that's how I outsmarted Detective Thorpe and Gaither and everybody else. Take this right here, because I know they didn't know this, and put it with this over here.
And during all of your interviews, did they tell you we're going to have to corroborate what you said?
And if you take all of my interviews and put them together, let's see what you come up with.
Okay. But did they tell you that? Did they tell you they were going to corroborate everything that you said?
Overruled.
Did the detectives tell you that they would have to corroborate everything that you said?
I can't tell you. Y'all have so many police talking to me. I don't know. I can't say what they done told me.
Did Gaither tell you on multiple occasions, I'm going to have to verify what you're telling me. I just can't take your word for true. I have to verify what you're telling me.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Let me ask you this. Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither while you were after you got locked up in June of 2015, calling her on her cell phone while you were in jail?
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall asking her, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to get out? And she kept telling you, we got to verify what you told us.
And did I get out?
I'm asking you a question. Did she tell you we have to answer my question?
I'm about to. You won't let me. If I call Detective Gaither and she said she had to verify anything I said in 2015, in 2015, y'all locked me up every month. Y'all locked me up. February, I got out March. Y'all locked me back up March, I got out April. Y'all locked me back up June, I didn't get out to 2019. So if she verified anything I said, there were 4 years and some change. I did 51 months in the federal prison. Nothing been verified that I said. Whatever the case is, I haven't heard anything from Detective Gateman, but it's nothing to spin the police.
So my question to you was, did Detective Gaither tell you that she had to verify what you said?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to the January 11, 2015 interview, do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about whether or not you ever rented or owned an Infinity vehicle?
I don't recall.
And earlier you said that your brother never gave you a car or let you borrow his car. Did you remember saying that?
I bought my own car.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that your brother let you borrow his white Dodge Charger?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. And matter of fact, is that the same white Dodge Charger that members of If Gang shot at while you were on the highway back in late January of 2015?
Well, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, you told your brother to make the police report because it was his vehicle that you were driving when members of If Gang tried to shoot at you on the highway.
I don't recall.
And during the course of this January 11th interview, isn't it true that you talked to Detective Thorpe multiple times about all the incidents that occurred in the weeks leading up to Donovan Thomas getting killed?
I better have a different story every time.
Okay. Specifically, you told him a couple times about the incident at the Cascade skating ring. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's
Specifically what I said. I know if you take any time I talk to the Detective Thorpe, I bet you ain't none of my stories are gonna be the same.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first talked to the police about what happened with Donovan Thomas, you were actually trying to protect your friends and you didn't want to give them all the information back in January of 2015?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. But then
I got a family to protect.
Okay. But by June of 2015, you finally disclosed everything that you knew about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder and everything that happened leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder.
No, see, what y'all did was y'all kept locking me up and putting me in isolation, putting me in protected custody at the Fulton County Jail, where people putting feces all on the wall, locking me in the room, keeping me in there 23 hours a day, fucking up my mental, and keep dragging me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to make, man, listen, man,
So I ask you my question again. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, you were trying to protect your friends, so you didn't give the police a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I can't, can you ask that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first spoke to Detective Thorpe, you did not give him a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder because you were trying to protect your friends?
No, I just had no time to protect myself by getting my story together. Like, I'm only thinking about protecting myself. Why would I try to protect some people and then wait down the line and give them up? They don't make sense to me.
Because isn't it true that in June of 2015, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you?
That's if I thought Thug was trying to kill me, I'm trying to get him.
Okay. In June of 2015, did you think Thug was trying to kill you?
That's what I told the investigators.
Isn't that true?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. And also in June of 2015, were you involved in a number of retaliatory shootings because of Donovan Thomas being killed?
Huh?
By the time we get to June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings because people thought you killed Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Calls for speculation.
Well, as to the compound question, you can try to ask it more simply. She's asked, I'm going to overrule with regard to speculation because she's asking about
his own mind.
So in June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings?
Well, y'all locked me up in February. I got out March. Y'all locked me back up again March. I got out April. And then the feds came to kick me in my door June. So I basically was in jail most of the time. So I don't recall being a victim of a lot of shootings.
Okay. By the time June 2015, we already talked about your girlfriend's mother's house was shot up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were shot at while driving on the highway, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You, your child, and your child's mother was shot at while you were leaving the home. Correct? You also had...
I was shooting back.
We're going to get to the fact that you shot back.
Yeah.
You also had another shooting at another family member's house. Is that correct?
Was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. So by the time you speak to the police in June of 2015, you or your family were the victim of a number of different retaliatory shootings.
I guess. I don't.
And that was all as a result of people thinking that you killed Nut, correct?
Right now, Ms. Hilton, that is speculation. Okay.
Okay. Was it your belief that it was because people thought you killed Nut?
They didn't think.
When you said they didn't think, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
What he said, look, I haven't had enough.
Now, in that same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
Huh?
In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
I don't recall.
Mm-hmm. And did you tell Detective Thorpe that some of the beef that you were having with Kel is because you were not down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Canada. We never liked them.
Okay. I'm asking, did you tell Detective Thorpe that the reason this beef is because you were no longer down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. My neighborhood is known for killing them.
That's not my question.
I would never be part of their gang.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe asking you, okay, so you left ABG, and your response to that question, yes, but that was in about 2013. I went to jail in 2013 or 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the gang no more. I told him I wasn't in it. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
Being questioned by the police, the main goal is to be a victim. And that's what my motive, to play a victim. So if Detective Thorpe asks me any question, I'm going to play a victim. So I'm going to say whatever that come to my mind to make myself look innocent and to be a victim.
Okay. And then you also told Detective Thorpe that when you got out in 2013, you just stopped going around and you just wasn't claiming it anymore. Did you recall telling him that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You also told Detective Thorpe that once you got out of jail in 2013, you just stopped going around and that you weren't claiming it anymore.
I don't recall.
I don't run behind nobody.
Okay. And then did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL?
Again, I'm talking to Detective Thorpe. So if I did say that.
Okay. And as you said, that is about, so because you rap, I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to claim YSL.
Can you say that again?
Sure. You told him, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL. It's about rap, so I'm going to get some money, but I'm claiming YSL.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, you keep saying that you told Detective Thorpe whatever it is that you wanted to say, that you were finessing him. Correct. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't want none of this. Me and Nut ain't never had a problem.
And I still ain't trying to go to jail.
Okay. So why would you be lying to Detective Thorpe if you did not want to go to jail?
Can you say that? Why would I be lying to him if I didn't want to go to jail?
Correct.
What you mean?
Like you keep saying that you were just lying. Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. I was at an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not going to confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
Just throw it that
When
ex
you
parte
went
meeting.
in
Just throw that in
on
there.
January 11th, were you there only to talk about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know what I'll be. All I know is if you give me an opportunity to talk my way out of the situation, I'm about to talk my way up out of the situation.
During the course of your interview, were you asked about what your Instagram page was back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And back in 2015, is it true that your Instagram page was Woody372?
I don't recall. I had a lot of Instagram, so I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe that your Instagram name was?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe
Might as well throw
that
ex parte in.
because people thought you killed Nut, that you were getting a lot of threats on your social media page?
I think I was throwing people back.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were getting threats on your social media page?
I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me, and I can't remember what I said to him because I was making it up. And you asking me right now, and I'm telling you to your face. Can you look at me in my eyes? I'm telling you to your face, I made it up.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that someone posted on your page, I'm going to die tonight, but then she deleted the comment, but you screenshotted it?
I'm still here, ain't it?
Is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
And you actually showed him the screenshot on your phone?
I told you,
What you said?
play a victim. That's the key.
Do you recall how many people back in January 2015 that you asked whether or not you should go down and talk to the police that night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I never take people advice.
Okay. Do you recall, or is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Deshaun's dad about whether or not you should go down and talk to the police?
I never had Deshaun's dad number that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, that's what me and her daddy talked about? I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go down, but I told him, and he's like, nah, because they might find out what happened, you know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. So just wait until they come and talk to you. Don't go down and talk to them.
So I was raised up that if when nobody with you, they don't need to know. So I ain't on all that what you talking about. It was a lie what I told Investigator Thorpe. It's something that I came up out top. I was making it up. That's why I can't remember what I said to him. You want me to say something that I didn't say so you can put me back in jail?
Okay.
I don't recall what I said. I don't.
Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
What?
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melanie, can I answer that?
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I'm not understanding.
Hang on. Let's break. We're going to need to break in just a few minutes anyway. So let's break now. If you need to talk to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide.
I'm going to object to the question on the basis that it's a compound question.
All right. Well, that is true. I will sustain that objection. So Ms. Hilton, during the break, formulated into something that is not a compound question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's break until will 1:30 be enough time for everybody? All right. We'll see everybody back in your seats, ready to go at 1:30.
All right. Wow. Okay, so I think she's muted her mic. I think. It looks like Judge Whitaker's muted her mic. Whew. I'm going to leave it up there just to make sure. All right, real quick, before we break for lunch, what y'all think about it? What y'all think about Woody? Give me an emoji for how you feel about this so far. Woody's
Before we break for lunch. Okay, let's all of us be back at 1:25, just in case y'all think of something you want to tell me, okay? See you then.
Judge, I gotta stay here.
You go get your Uber Eats, man. You about to get fed, man. Melnick better give you some lunch. All right. What do y'all think, man? Drop a emoji. What do y'all think about this? This is what I think he should have did before, but okay, so this is crazy. I agree. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 needs to work on his landing. Okay. What? In honor of the Olympics, why don't you give it a score out of 10? There we go. No emoji. Just give me a score out of 10. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10 because I'm not really. If he's stuck to, I don't recall going down there, but then give a soliloquy about what he should not have been saying to a detective down there. So that part right there, give me an out of 10. So I'm giving him a 7 out of 10. Gladiator girls, I need a nap after this. All right. So we got 7 out of 10. Okay. I did a 7 out of 10. 7.3 out of 10. An 8. Okay. An 8. A 7, because if Woody can't get prosecuted for nothing that happens in court today, he gonna ouch. The thing is, I think he wants to claim responsibility for Thomas, whether he did or not. I feel like he knows that's going to really throw this whole thing into a tailspin. Let me make that a survey question. That is a good point. Let me make that a survey question real quick. A 6, okay, all right. A 7, I think it's between 7 and 8, 7 and 9. Oh, whoa, there we go. 9 out of 10 if he remains calm. I feel like he's getting a little bit stressed. I think he's getting a little bit stressed. I hate that for him because he seemed like he had himself composed in the beginning, but now the repetitive questions, the same question over and over again, it seemed like some questions should be derailed. If I said I don't remember going to Cascade, he does panic when you ask him about nut. I don't know why that is. I'm sorry. I think we know why that is, but I digress. He says 6.9. Allison, man, he's not giving him a lot of room. You got an 8 going on over here. A 7 and a 5, 7.5. A 7. Good job, Woody. 6, 7.2. I don't know how we're getting these points in there. I don't know how that's even happening. 0.2, 7.2. I'm trying to get this survey done. Teresa keeps telling me to do a survey, Jason. I'm getting you. I'm trying to get this survey done over. I'm trying to be obedient. Yeah, this is. All right, and I think it's all right, the survey is up. Hey, thank you so much for the very kind super chat. Thank you so much, Mel. What does Mel say? I'm proud of him for standing up for himself at the end there. His standing up game for himself, I think, is on point. I think certain things like I shot back with my gun, certain things he shouldn't say. Don't even say those things. Just stay on mission. But okay, what we got here? We got a 6. Give him a 6 today, a 7, a 10 for creating doubt. Oh, that's unequivocal. A 3? Mo Justice said she ain't feeling them. I think he's definitely muddying the water. He is not going along with the crowd. So there's definitely a lot of muddying going on with that. An 8, a 7, we got 6, 7 out of 10, 9. My goodness. All right. Another a 7.5 for sure. I think he's definitely, you know what? He's doing better than I thought he would do, given he's had better than a month and a half to kind of get himself composed. However, he gets a 20 for shadow of doubt. No question about it. I think Judge Whitaker did not expect this. I don't think she expected to get this bad. And if he does not, this is what I'm worried about though, Ron. Him getting frustrated. I'm kind of glad it ran into lunchtime, so you have a little bit of time to calm down and people can kind of say, hey, Woody, take it down a square. Like, don't get frustrated. Don't get upset. Don't get into the minutia with them. So hopefully that'll be the case, because I think he's doing well. He's doing well. So hopefully grind it out. I mean, it's going to be a long day though. At the rate they traveling, he's going to be there tomorrow. At the rate he's going to be there tomorrow. So maybe I need to check it out tomorrow. Maybe we need to go by and check it out. We'll see. All right, let's see what we got. Anybody else? All right. Again, thank you so much, Mel, for the very kind super chat. Thank you so much. And I agree with you. I think Woody's holding himself down pretty well, pretty well. We got some sixes in the building. Yep. All right. So let's do this. I am going to leave the stream up. Let's go grab some lunch. Everybody get back in here. Let's get back in here like 7:15. They're supposed to come back at 7:25. And Woody's supposed to be back on the stand at 1:30. I will say this though. I want to give him some credit. She is grinding it out, man. I mean, as terrible as this is to have been here at 8 o'clock in the morning, is she grinding it out? So we're gonna see what happens. So let's do that. I think that is it. I don't see any questions in the chat. So that's cool. Let's jump back for lunch in a minute. And I'm gonna just leave this screen up. Let's do this. Play some cool, calm jazz or something. Let's see what I got. All right, let's go with we'll keep it calm. We'll keep it calm and mellow. Thank y'all so much. I will see you all very shortly. Grace and peace back. We are back, everybody. Happy. Hopefully, you had a good lunch. All that kind of good stuff. Real quick, we got to do a quick mic check to make sure everything is working right. Woo. That first half was wild. What did y'all think about it? What did you think? So the question was, out of 10, in honor of the Olympics, how would you rate Woody's testimony so far today? 1 being terrible, 10 being perfect, right on the money. What did you think? What did you think about it? After you had time to have you a good lunch, have you a good chance to rest, to think about something else, what was your thoughts on this testimony? What did you think about it? What did you think about it? Because I gave him 7.5. I just did a quick video about it. I just pulled a clip of him. I really want Woody, prayerfully, his lawyer, help calm him down, talk with him, help him understand what's at stake and what is at risk right now. What is the best plan of attack? He really needs to stop giving commentary. Just say, I don't recall. If you're going to say, I don't recall, just say it. If you're going to give an answer, don't contradict your previous, I don't recall. Because I got a couple of clips already of him saying something like, I don't recall going to talk to the detective, but then he gives commentary about what he said to the detective that he just said he didn't recall talking to. Don't do that to yourself, Woody. Don't do that to yourself, my guy. He's definitely frustrated because he doesn't want to keep answering these questions. And I think he should have been coached a little bit better, given a little bit of witness prep a little bit better to understand how this is going. Because they're going to keep asking the same question. They're going to ask you the same question 8, 9, 10, 12 times. Just accept it, expect it, and roll with it. But besides that, though, I thought it was interesting. What do we have right here? Becky says she gives it a 7.5. I agree. Did another juror get excused? I don't think any jurors got excused that I heard of, but I'm waiting to hear from some of the people that are in court right now. I heard like Courtaholic is there. There's quite a few people there that we're familiar with. So hopefully we'll get some inside scoop. Retire says 8. He's trying his best to stay on task. I agree. I think he's trying his best, but I don't think he's been prepped enough. I don't think he was prepped enough on how to stay on task. Just my observation. I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I dropped a quick video. It is called I Am a Liar by Mr. Woody. Check it out when you get a chance after this video, though. But if you didn't already, go hit that like button. Do that for your boy. Help your guy out a little bit. All right, let's see. All right, so my question was, that's the question on there. I'm going to give you another poll question. Yeah, I am thoroughly surprised. I'm going to go back on record and say I am thoroughly surprised how little they've put into checking to make sure. I mean, at this point in the game, there's no reason to suspect that any of your jurors are non-biased at this point. There's no reason to suspect that. And they didn't check it. It's almost like they didn't care. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's just really weird. It's odd and strange that didn't seem to be a concern. But I digress. I mean, because at this point, you have no idea if you don't have witnesses that are completely given into the state or given into the defense's position, and they already made up their mind. They're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs, ready to hit the guilty button or hit the not guilty button, whatever it is. And you don't know, they're already biased already. Or you don't know if they are biased. It just seems really odd, but I mean, Judge Whitaker is going to she says she's going to get this thing across the finish line, come hook or come crook. So she's definitely trying her best. And, that's admirable, but it doesn't make any sense. So hopefully we can get in touch with, maybe Phil or somebody else like that to help make some sense of that. Cause I would love to hear, matter of fact, I would love to hear some more on that. I'm just checking to see if I got anybody that is available to talk about this. Because I feel like there's just a lot of gaps that we don't have. Oh yeah, this car is burning. It's on fire. She's driving it backwards. What was that? The Fast and Furious. I want to say Fast and Furious 7. We looked at that clip before, like, um, hold on one second. I'm getting in contact with somebody right now. All right. Yeah, so Judge Whitaker, she's doing her best Dom Toretto impersonation possible. The car's on fire. She runs that thing backwards. She's gonna race it across the finish line, even on fire with the windows blown out and a flat tire. She's gonna get that thing across the finish line. It is amazing. He said something. I mean, he definitely. Hold on. Okay. I feel like Woody definitely set up a, probable cause, reasonable doubt. I think he definitely set that up for sure. I still just got questions. I got so many questions about how this is being handled, but we're going to see together. We're going to figure it out together. What we got right here. Yeah, I don't get, and I don't even get that the defense is actually pushing back that hard today. I mean, a lot of people, when we started, were saying, the defense was doing this, that, and the other. And there's reason. I can be reasonable with that. But now I'm just like, the defense is just straight chilling. And it is all on them. And the state is, again, it does kind of feed into what Woody said. And I think I saw the comment right here. A comment about Woody saying basically they wanted a big fish and he was a little fish. And I think that kind of feeds into it. Let's also keep in mind, I think there's a reason why every time Woody is asked about, did he unalive this person? He looks really perplexed. I don't know if he wants, if he did, or he just wants to throw the trial into turmoil by saying that he did. I don't know, but every time they ask him that question, and they've asked him that 3 times, it seems like every time he just wants to say, something different than what he says. Interesting. So now that Woody is a hostile witness, the defense can say very little about it. Really? Okay, that makes sense. That made perfect sense. Thank you. I'm getting a conscience problem here for sure. I can see that. Retired. His conscience seems to be fighting him to say yes. I can kind of see that. I can work with that. Welcome back, everybody who's scooted off to lunch. Hopefully you had a good lunch. Hopefully you got outside, got some sunlight. You got away from this thing, and we are ready to jump back into it. I did drop a video, just a quick clip of some of the things that Woody has said during his testimony. I will work on a bigger one when we get done today. I am pretty certain, maybe, possibly, that I'm not going to be here in my studio tomorrow. So I'll probably be doing this live from the courthouse. I got to just work out a couple of logistical things. But that is the tentative plan. And as soon as we get some smart legal mind to agree, we'll get somebody else on here to kind of answer your questions about why did they not, like, it didn't seem like they polled the witnesses. It seemed like they polled the jury at all, I don't feel. Ray says, my opinion, Woody is setting up the precedence up. The precedence is that we are all criminals. We are lying. So what can the prosecution prove? I can get that. I can dig that. Hey, wait. Hold on now. Wait, hold on. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. Because I realize that Atlanta traffic is bad. And where I live, because I'm not going anywhere, I don't get into the Atlanta traffic. I got to figure out exactly what time I need to leave to get there. So don't worry. We will work it out. Oh, that's why they weren't objecting, because he's a hostile witness. Okay. I don't think he's hurting the defense. I think Woody's helping the defense because he's casting a lot of doubt with just the prosecution. I don't recall. So now all of the defense they know how to ask better questions or different questions that maybe will spur him to answer a little bit more robustly and not give the I don't remember what you means. So I think Woody is definitely, I don't want to say helping the defense. He's not hurting the defense. He is hurting the prosecution. Because I think now even if they play the videos, even if they do pull out the videos, he's already said multiple times that I lied on those videos. So if they go back and pull them up for the jury, you're kind of thinking like the guy said he lied here. This was a lie. Just my thoughts. Man, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, Becky. Don't do it to me. Oh man, the goal is to go down there tomorrow. So hey, hang tight. I might have to tell you at the 11th hour. I might just surprise you and be there. How about that? That might be what I do. And I think this is true right here. Everything Woody has said to some degree, shape, or form is tainted. You have to look at it with the eye of skepticism no matter what he's saying. So I don't know how they're going to make him a credible witness. Because even when Simone was trying to get him in a pigeonhole and say, well, hey, if you said that you were lying and they said they were going to investigate what you said and they let you out of jail, she's basically saying, doesn't that mean that what you said was true or found to be true? And then Woody just quickly said, I don't recall. I don't know. So I think somebody with a PhD is getting outsmarted by somebody who barely got a GED. That's a great question, Transplanted Texan. Why is Woody a star witness? The state argues that Williams rented a car at Woody's behest. This car is used in the drive-by shooting, proving Williams knew the car would be used in the crime. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. They're in cash money trouble though. I feel like they could still make the case. You got they already did the rental car people. You know the rental car. I mean, there's a lot of different. You need Williams to have rented the car and that car to be used in the drive-by. That's what I'm thinking. As far as we know, Charlie, no jurors were dismissed. As far as I know, no jurors were dismissed. And that's crazy. I'm just checking the Twitter space real quick. Let's just pull up Thugger Daily real quick while we're waiting for them. All right, let's see if there's anything profound here. Bailey's, I'm gonna pull it up for y'all in a second. All right, so here, let me add y'all to it so I can see too. All right, so Young Thug's mom and sister are there to show support. Back after almost 2 months. Woody back on the stand today with the choice to testify or go back to jail. Here, let me just pull this up. Well, I can't do that because I got to keep. Okay, they're not. Woody's so mad. But I will say he's kept composed. He framed a lot more than I thought he would. But there have been some hot button moments where I feel like he's getting a little bit miffed, if you will. Thank you for the super sticker, Drizza. 2511. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let's see. There's just so go to Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily is a fantastic resource out here in these YouTube law streets, and is dedicated to pointing out. Let me just jump back over. I do not want to miss kickoff. Looks like some heads are moving. Okay, we got sound. Of course, once you hear sound, please hit that like, hit that one.
I was just going to ask about the civil forfeiture filing. If they come to you, they say the judge on this case.
I really don't know the answer to that. If you want to send an email to Chambers, maybe just copy both chambers, we'll get you an answer. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, we have the jury ready. Let's get Mr. Copeland back in.
Okay, so they've muted the microphones. Interesting. Okay, so they've muted the microphone. I'm gonna turn off that banner off the bottom. All right, well, while they're doing that, getting the jury back in, I want to say thank you so much to the moderators. They've been really holding it down. My channel's just hit 25,000 subscribers, and I think it's part and parcel because the moderators have done such a fantastic job of making this a great place that people enjoy coming to and such of that nature and want to like, share, and subscribe. So, hey, shout out to the moderators. Let them know we appreciate them. Just hit mods down in the chat. Type that down in the chat. I really do appreciate all of you all, everybody who has a blue wrench, and everybody that comes and supports this channel on a regular basis. Thank y'all so much. And I have no idea. Oh, Woody's back. I see Woody. He's in the building. Here we go. Round two. Are we muted? Make sure we're not muted. All right, jury's back. Okay, that's what they're doing. Thank you, Amber Rains. Welcome to the party. Appreciate you. She over on Instagram. Bless her heart. She over swiping right, swiping left. Look at her. Am I muted? Did I do that? That might be me. No? Are they muted? I'm looking here on 11 Live. I don't see any. There's no sound. Let's jump. The court is muted. Okay. What they talking about? She's talking to Woody, though. Okay, I have no idea why it's muted. There we go. Can y'all hear that? One in the chat.
Now,
Okay, that was on them. That wasn't me. Okay, cool.
isn't it true that after Nut was killed, that you thought the whole It gang was going to be after you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Copeland it's not a gang, it's the whole clique?
Detective
you know what
Copeland
I'm saying?
again?
The whole gang. They're after me.
No,
No, you did not say that.
because I don't know who the hell Detective Copeland is.
Excuse me. I meant to say Detective Thorpe.
I don't recall.
All right.
Oh my gosh. He paying attention though. Woody's on paying attention. I like it. I like it. But she did that before. That's crazy. She's done that before.
Now, we talked earlier about the gambling house in Lakewood. Did you tell Detective Thorpe during the same January 11, 2015 interview that the person who shot up the gambling house in Lakewood was Cal?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that when Kel shot up the gambling house, he actually shot up Thug's car?
I don't recall.
And that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window of his car being shot up?
What about it?
Did you tell
Just how I recall.
Detective Thorpe during your January 11, 2015 interview that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window that was shot up?
I don't recall.
There you go.
Also, in that January 11th interview, didn't you tell, excuse me, strike that, let me ask. Do you know if Nut was in a gang?
I don't recall.
During that same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe that Nut was the big dog in the gang?
I don't recall.
Specifically, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe Nut, he wasn't the big dog, but he was they big dog? Like Nut ain't the big dog, but he's still a big dog. But he's not over that whole gang, but he's a big dog in the gang.
I don't recall what I told no detective.
That's embarrassing. She had to keep saying that.
So have you, when Nut was alive, did you and Nut ever speak about the issues or the beat that you had with Kel?
I don't recall me and Nut having no conversation.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe, me and Nut, we've talked about Kel?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him out for me.
Okay. So did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Nut talked about Kel?
I don't recall having no conversation with Nut. I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
Just stop.
When you went and spoke with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, were you concerned about if gang harming your family members?
It's been so long, I don't recall.
Hey, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview, I don't know what to say. What can I do? Where can I go? When I leave here, what can I do? Because I have a lot of brothers and sisters. My mama had 10 kids at the house. Yes, my sister, I got an older sister on Boulevard in Oakland City. I got a grandmother in Oakland City. My girl stay in Carver Homes. My other brother stay in Carver Homes. But I'm afraid they might know she's down in Boulevard. I know they know where she stay.
Wait.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about if gang retaliating against your family members? Are you thinking about your response?
Wait.
I asked the question. I didn't know if you were thinking about your answer.
What? I don't know.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about if gang harming your family members?
I don't told Detective Thorpe whatever. Tell him whatever. I don't remember what I can't specifically say what I told him. I don't know what I told him. I don't remember what I told him.
Earlier, do you recall me asking you about borrowing your brother's car?
Today?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And you told me that you never borrowed your brother's car?
I paid for it, so it's my car.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that it was your brother's vehicle and that you borrowed it from him?
I would tell Detective Thorpe anything. I know when the police question me, they want me.
In your January 11, 2015 interview, you did not go there as a suspect, did you?
That's what I was told.
But when you went there, you were never arrested, correct? On January 11, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you leave the precinct after you interviewed with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So you were never arrested, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And when you went there, did Detective Thorpe ever accuse you of killing Nutt?
I don't recall what he said.
Did Detective Thorpe in that entire interview give you an opportunity to tell him what happened the night of the murder?
I can't remember what I can't remember what I know he talked about the murder, but I don't know. I can't remember what was said.
Okay, but did you have an opportunity to tell him about what you knew about what happened the night of the murder?
I told him what I made up.
So you made up going to your girlfriend's house?
I don't know if I told him that.
Okay.
I can't remember. I can't recall if I told him that.
If you told him that you were at your girlfriend's house, would that be a lie?
Okay. I don't recall.
If you told him that you borrowed your brother's car, would that be a lie?
That was my car.
Okay, but if you told him that, would that be a lie?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why would you need to lie about your brother's car, about borrowing your brother's car?
Because y'all were putting so much pressure on me that every time I was coming out the door, the police were getting me. So I knew that police was after me.
But you keep saying the police were after you. On January 11th, were the police after you? The police were not after you.
When Detective Third questioned me, I don't know when was it. Like, I don't know. So you saying January 11th, from my understanding, I thought I walked in and walked right back out. I don't even remember sitting down having no discussion with Detective Thorpe. So I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me more than one time. I don't know which time, what he said at which time. I don't remember what was said. I just know that I was just saying whatever that came to my mind. I don't know. I was going to jail. I remember going to jail, trying to talk my way out of jail.
Now, I think earlier you said you do recall speaking to police multiple times in 2015. Is that correct?
Nah, I talked to them a million times.
And isn't it true that when you spoke to them on the different times you spoke to them, you told them
different stories?
No, you told them the same stories each time you spoke with them. Do you recall that?
I did. I don't know.
Okay. Now, after January 11th, I know you don't remember the date. Do you remember speaking with police again after your car was shot at on the highway?
You said my brother made a report. What I need to talk to them about?
Did you speak to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after your car was shot up or shot at on the highway? Do you recall going to the police department and speaking to Detective Gaither?
I don't recall.
And Detective Dennis?
I'm sorry. I don't recall.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
You can come and look at that.
What happened? Is it nap time? All right, so I think he's doing a better job. He was coached better during lunch. Oh, we're back.
Thank you. Ms. Carl, will show you what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 378, Yankee Alpha 1. Tell me, do you recognize, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is there a date on that picture?
Yes.
What is the date on that picture?
The date you've been saying?
Is that January 11, 2015?
Yes.
And is that the interview room? Is that the interview room at the Atlanta Police Department where you interviewed with the detective? With the detective?
I don't recall.
Right. You're right. This time the state like the Tennessee City 378 Yankee Alpha. Yeah. Your Honor, the state would like the Tennessee Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha 1 into evidence.
All right. It's admitted without objection.
Next, I'm going to show you 378 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is that date January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state like the Tennessee Exhibit 378 Yankee Bravo 1 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at 378 Yankee Bravo 1, do you see yourself, Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in that photo?
Yes.
All right. And on that date, do you recall, did you speak with them about your car being shot at on the highway at University and Pryor?
I don't know.
Do you ever speak to police about your car being shot at on University and Pryor Road?
I don't know.
All right. In this interview back on January 28th, 2015, didn't you speak with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis? Excuse me, strike that. Were you arrested on January 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go into this police interview voluntarily?
I don't remember this at all.
Okay. Do you remember speaking at all, whether it was on January 28th or any other date, about the shooting on the highway to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that interview on January 28th, 2015, didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about being at a pool party before being shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. And while you were at the pool party, there was an individual by the name of Bushi at that pool party.
I don't recall.
And that Bushi was the girlfriend of Yak Gotti.
I don't recall.
And that after you all left this pool party, you were driving on the highway in your brother's vehicle.
I don't recall.
Do you not recall being shot at on the highway? You don't recall telling this to the detectives?
I don't recall none of this you talking about.
Okay. So you don't recall being shot at on the highway?
I've been shot at a lot of times.
Specifically in January 2015, do you recall being shot at on the highway? While in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember. I don't.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember what I done told the detectives.
In the January 28, 2015 interview, didn't you tell the detectives that while you were driving on the highway, you had your radio up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also told them as you had your radio up, you heard pow, pow, pow.
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you also tell detectives that you then again heard another pow, 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 and so you ducked down?
I don't recall.
And did you also tell detectives then the car stopped working and you tried to hit the gas, but it cut out and stopped working?
I do not recall.
In the same interview, did you then tell detectives, so the dudes, they came up to you and you was concerned because your car didn't work, because the car wasn't working?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, did you tell detectives that you then heard some more shots even after that?
I don't recall.
And that the two cars that you saw that were shooting, one was a gray Impala with tinted windows.
I don't recall.
And then you saw another car that was also shooting at your car.
I don't recall.
Then, do you recall Detective Gaither, after you told her about the shooting on the highway, her asking you, when did this beef begin between you and If Gang?
I don't recall.
And you also told her the story about what happened at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was murdered.
I don't recall.
Did you also, in this interview, when Detective Gaither asked, when did this beef begin, that Cal told you the beef began because you hung around a person named Boo?
I don't recall.
And that they were mad because they thought Boo was a rat and that you were hanging around a rat.
I don't recall.
She got an old school notebook. Go ahead. Go ahead. The If Gang is the Inglewood family.
Then do you also recall to telling Detective Gaither, again, with her asking about when did this beef begin, you also telling Detective Gaither in this now January 28th, 2015 interview about the shooting at the gambling house on Lakewood?
I don't recall.
And in this January 28th, 2015 interview, you actually told Detective Gaither that initially you thought another gang did the shooting at the gambling house.
I don't recall.
Okay. But then later you learned that it was Kel who did the shooting at the gambling house.
And he's still alive?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither
No, I don't recall.
about the shooting?
I don't recall.
See,
So now it's fair to say that both in January 11th of 2015, now in the second interview, that you told the same story about this gambling house shooting in Lakewood.
You just confused me. What you say?
Now for the second time, have you told another sub-detectives about the gambling house shooting in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you also recall in the same January 28th, 2015 interview telling Detective Gaither that Kel wanted to speak with Doug on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
Okay. And this was why you were at the Cascade skating rink. You told her about the Cascade skating rink incident as well.
If I recall, I don't recall.
Okay. And that you told Detective Gaither that when Thug and Kel spoke at the Cascade skating ring, you're going to be a party opponent mission with what Thug said.
Go ahead. Overruled.
That Thug told Kel he wanted Kel to pay for the window that he shot up.
The man, Rich, why would you? I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that that was the conversation that Thug and Kel had?
I don't recall.
And that Kel said that he wasn't going to pay for the window.
I don't recall.
Okay. And in the same January 28th interview, you also then told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed.
I bet I was a victim in every interrogation, right?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about the Monday night fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
and that you also told Detective Gaither at the same Monday night event at Club Crucial that you had money flashing and that Kel walked up to you and punched you.
Boy ain't living like that. He ain't living like that.
But did you tell Detective Gaither that this occurred?
I don't recall.
Also, in the same January 28, 2015 interview, is it true that you also told Detective Gaither that after Kel beat you up, you ran out of the club and went outside of the club and saw Bloody J?
Oh my gosh, we're back here around this?
I don't recall.
And in the same January 28, 2015 interview, did you also again then tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people in your crew jumped Bloody J?
People in my crew?
Yes.
My crew in prison.
Okay, back in January 2015.
My crew in prison. Everybody who ran with me in prison.
Okay. Back in the
With license.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question, let her finish the question, and then you can answer it.
In January 2015, did you tell Detective Gaither that at the same Monday night event at Crucial where you got beat up by Kel, that when you went outside, your people jumped on Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Now, also during this same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you then also tell them your concern about people blaming you for Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you were concerned that you always get blamed for everything.
Because I'm always into stuff.
Okay. And that you told them, so the night after Nut got killed, you came down to talk to the detective to declare your name.
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people told you that you shouldn't go down to the police department.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you decided to go down anyway to clear your name.
You asked me?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
All right. Did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually told your girlfriend to call the police and tell them what was going on, tell them everything, because you again wanted to clear your name about being involved in Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't recall.
Now, during the course of this same January 20th interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall them asking you questions about the relationship between Nut and Thug?
I'm from Canterville.
Okay.
I can't tell you nothing about two other people from other places.
Did you recall telling them in this interview that Nut and Thug, you did not know of Nut and Thug having a problem?
I mean, when the police questioned me, especially Gaither, I know she after me. So she acted like she was into what I was saying, and I was feeding her whatever came to my mind.
So
they tried to make it make sense.
So why wouldn't you say that they had problems with each other versus that they did not have problems with each other?
Because I'm trying to make up a story. I don't know what nobody have. I don't know. I don't recall what I even said to her. I just know that anytime they question me, I'm trying to tell them anything to get them out my face.
Now, you said that you're from Mechanicsville. Do you know where Thug, what part of the city Thug is from?
I don't know. I just met Thug when I got out of jail. We're not from the same neighborhood. I don't know where you, like Cleveland Avenue, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. And what about Nut? Did you know what neighborhood Nut was from?
I don't know.
Now, after Nut was killed, did you go to Miami?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in the same interview that you went to Miami after Nut was killed?
I tell the investigators anything. I don't recall what I told them.
And when you were in Miami, were you there with Shannon Stillwell?
I don't recall.
Okay. What about Quindarius Zachary?
Who?
Little D from Cleveland.
I don't think me and him ever traveled together. I don't recall.
Do you recall him being in Miami while you were in Miami?
I don't recall being in Miami.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you, your daughter, you and your child's mother went to Miami to lay low after the shooting of Diamond Thomas?
Back then, I tell so many lies. I tell 15 lies in 1 second. I don't recall what I said, and I'm not even trying to remember what I said either.
Do you recall telling, or didn't you tell Detective Gaither Dennis that Thug actually told you to come down there with him to Miami to lay low?
Thug can't tell me nothing.
And you also told Detective Gaither that, again, after he told you to come down there and lay low to Miami, that you and your girl, you stayed down there for a week in Miami.
I don't recall what I done told the police. But for me telling you now, there's nobody walking this earth and tell me what to do.
Is going to Miami a bad thing?
No, it's, I just told you, you bring up something that you saying that I said to the police, and I'm telling you the truth right now. I lied to them. So I don't know what the, I don't know. Like, go ahead.
So have you never been to Miami?
I've been to Miami a lot.
Okay. So back in 2015, did you ever go to Miami?
I can't remember if it was 15 or 14.
Let me make it more specific. After Donovan was killed, did you go to Miami?
Man, I can't recall.
Okay.
And I honestly, God, can't recall.
They've been asking the same question like 15 times.
Now, when you spoke to Detective Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
What you mean?
Did you ever tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
I don't think you heard me the first time when I told you. I don't run behind nobody. I'm from Mechanicsville.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So what does being from Mechanicsville have to do with my question?
That mean I don't run behind nobody else.
I didn't ask you about running behind anyone.
You're saying something about getting rid of me like you can't get rid of me.
Okay. So is it your testimony that you did not tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
I don't know what I done told the investigators, detectives, whatever you want to call them.
Is it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you actually spoke to Thug about the fact that you thought he was trying to get rid of you?
I could tell the investigator anything because I know one thing. They talking to me. So they got to go with what I say. So I don't recall what I told them. I would tell them anything that come to my head.
Okay.
I don't recall what I said to them.
Do you recall telling didn't you tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they say I got a hit out on your head, bruh?
I told him I'm a player victim in everything. I'm a victim.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna justify myself by being a victim.
Okay. And your response to him was like, you do? And then y'all both started laughing.
They don't even make sense. I don't recall none of that. Saying it, me telling it. I don't remember specific what I said to any investigator. I know I told them whatever. I feel that I can convince them to let me go.
Now I want to go back to going to Miami after Donovan was killed. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, initially Thug treated you like a brother, but then things felt different?
Do you got proof of me being in Miami?
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Copeland?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015. Did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
Okay. Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015.
I had more than one phone.
Okay. So did you give any phone number to the detectives back in 2015 so we can get your phone records? Any phone you have?
Shit. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't recall.
Did you, matter of fact, tell the police to go get your phone records so that they can confirm where you were on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder and afterwards?
I probably don't know. I probably did. Ain't no telling.
Okay. And did Detective Gaither tell you that that was one of the things that she was going to have to verify was your phone records and where your phone put you?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Back in 2015, do you remember your phone numbers from 2015?
Shit, I don't even know my phone number now.
Okay. Did you remember if you had a Sprint phone?
I got T-Mobile.
Back in 2015, did you have Sprint?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember what phone service I had.
All right. Did you ever live off of Oakland Drive or use an Oakland Drive Southwest address?
You said, have I ever used the Oakland Drive address?
Yes. And I don't want to put the full address on the record, but have you ever used the address of Oakland Drive?
I don't know if I use it on anything. I know I use it probably getting out of jail.
Okay. So is there an address?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you have an address that you used off of Oakland Drive Southwest?
I did.
Okay. And does the number of the address begin with an 8?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the number, Woody. I'm helping you out, brother. I'm looking out for you.
Okay. Going back to the January 2015 interview. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, he wasn't happy with you being around him anymore and felt different?
Who?
That Thug. You weren't, excuse me, you weren't Thug. That Thug wasn't happy with you being around and felt different to you.
I don't recall. I don't recall being in Miami. Dr. Nutt was killed.
Bless you. Now, in that same interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you speak with them about, do you recall talking to them about Moonsung and that you encouraged Moonsung that he should come down and talk to the police as well regarding Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't recall what I told no investigators.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told them that because people were calling his name in the murder, he should come down and speak to the police?
The only truth it is, I made these things up. I don't know about nothing going on.
Why would you need to make up something about Moonsung coming down and clear his name from a murder?
I'm speaking in a general, like you got me up here like I know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so I'm asking you now.
I don't remember what I don't told the police. I keep telling you that. You can't keep asking me what I told the police if I'm telling you that I lied to the police. I can't remember no lie.
Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
I think that she understands, generally speaking, what your position is with regard to what you remember and what you don't, but she's still going to ask you specific questions and you need to answer the specific questions also. And you don't have to preface every one of them with your general position about it.
Yes, ma'am. But may I speak? I'm not
Wait
trying
until there's another question on the floor. And I understand.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
I understand. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, earlier I asked you about an individual by the name of Bloody J. Do you know a Bloody J?
I heard of him.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Bloody J?
I doubt it.
Okay. Back in the same January interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling Detective Gaither, or didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you were trying to hook Bloody J and Thug back together?
How would I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug and Bloody J had a falling out because Bloody J joined If Gang?
If you going off what I said in the past to I told the investigators, that's crazy. I do not remember what I said. You can't get me up here to try to remember what I said to them. I don't remember what I said. You can ask me these step by step, but my response is my response. You want me to be honest? Or you want me to lie? I can't answer your question because I can't remember what I said. Okay. So I don't recall.
So I'm going to ask you now. Did Bloody J and Thug stop being friends because Bloody J started messing with If Gang?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
Huh?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
So why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
Ma'am?
Why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
I can't recall.
Okay. Now,
that was crazy. That was crazy.
Going back to the January 28th interview. Of course, indulgence for one moment. Woo.
This is craziness right now.
After speaking with them briefly about the murder, did you then go into more details about the shootout but the shooting of your car on the highway? Do you recall telling them about who you believed shot at your vehicle on the highway?
I don't recall. Can I tell you what I do remember?
Oh
Is
gosh.
it about the shooting on the highway?
No.
Then no, not right now.
Okay.
Gosh.
Or let me ask you this: do you remember what you told Detective Gaither in January of 2015?
No, I'm gonna tell you what I remember from when Nut was killed.
Okay. Tell me what you remember the night that Nut was killed.
I remember everybody said I killed him. That's all I remember.
Then that's the only thing you remember.
That's all I remember. I don't remember nothing that night. I don't remember where I was. I don't remember what I told the investigator. I thought that when they called me down there, I thought I walked in and he let me walk right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him. I don't remember him doing no ballistic. I don't remember him. I remember he said one thing and he left. He said, the man sitting on the street and everybody saying you did it. He like, man, I still got bite on the street. That's all I remember. I thought I walked in and walked back out. I don't remember nothing. Like,
Okay. And that was the first time when you went to go speak with Thorpe.
I don't even know if it was. I know.
Yeah, I think something happened with him.
With who's
All of us.
of course. I have a way to.
What they doing? Fight?
Take a bathroom break. We'll try the night switch in the meantime.
Woo. Sharp pull the plug. What? Someone fighting. Yo, okay. I can't be the only one that was panicking. When he went off script, I was a little worried. Right there. But he's definitely more poised and following along with I don't recall. But I don't know what happened in Hug. I don't know. In Doug, please forgive me. I don't know. I believe that. I probably believe that. I believe somebody might be doing that. You know what happened? I don't recall. That's what happened. I was worried. I was like, Lord, what is he about to say? He's about to say, oh my gosh. I don't know. I have no idea. You know what, LK Chapo, I'm not even holding out hope anymore for that. I'm not holding out any more hope for that. It could happen, but I'm not even going to hope against hope for it. Change the batteries. What are y'all talking about? I want to know what happened. Something just happened. I agree. What happened, though? I don't know. I mean, at this point in the game, I understand that Hilton has to ask the questions. I understand that part. I'm not mad at her, but it does seem a little bit nose blind, a little bit obtuse. The man clearly is not going to answer your questions in any favorable manner. Just let it go. Let it go. He blew that case. I think the case was already in trouble before we even got to today. I think Woody definitely yanked the plug out, and right now he's taking a little feeding tube out. The thing is dead. The case is dead. I just don't understand what's happening, though. Oh, if Mo don't know what's going on, then we in trouble. You say you don't like this. Well, be a little bit more specific, friend, about the whole Woody's testimony or this, what happened that they had to go to a break. Because I don't even know what happened. Yeah, they did seem to shut it down, but it didn't sound like it was a ruckus though. And she was giggling when she left. So Judge Whitaker. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Bino Leon. I totally get it. It's just nerve wracking. Like, come on, my goodness. They did clear out fast, but like, what is that? What were they doing? I think this is a good assessment. Nan's Life 7. Woody is good for about an hour's questioning. I think that's fair. Then he needs the time to regroup and get back on track. I can get with that. I'd noticed that he answers about 5 or 6 questions, and then he gives like a commentary question or something like, I don't get it. He'll say, I don't recall, and then he'll go off on a little tangent and then kind of get back in frame. What did she say? This may backfire on them. Okay. It's very possible. I don't know. I don't even know where it's going. I don't know who's in the catbird seat right now anyway. David Taylor said, I stepped away. Did I miss something? At the current moment, no. They were having Woody was giving his testimony, and then they just kind of said, hey, we need to take a break. And I don't know what happened. Okay, I'm looking at some of the other channels just real quick. It looks like some of them are a little further behind, actually. Okay, let's see. All right, so everybody's waiting for them to get it back on track. So yes, absolutely. Okay, so I just heard somebody say it was the microphone. AV and then, yeah, I just heard them say that it was one of the microphones went out, which is kind of crazy. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Whoever said that Shard pull out the plug. Okay, now I get what you meant. I didn't know what you were talking about. Y'all are wild. They also had Grey Goose shots for lunch. Well, thank you, KSQ Freeze. If you get something new, if you get some good details, let me make sure. Feel free to shoot them over here. Q, how dare you be in another meeting? What's going on with these meetings? I mean, don't they know that this trial, look, this is jury back in session day. Like this is a holiday. Come on. What's going on with this? If gang needs to be on RICO. What's up with that? If anything. And Woody is doing good. I do worry they will charge him eventually, but at this point, they embarrassed themselves in too much reasonable doubt. I agree, but sadly, they can throw him in jail out of spite and kind of ruin his day and make him sitting there till, for some trumped up foolishness. Let's see if this is getting back and saw a head move by. All right, so let's see what we got. My question is, do they have a blank or solid witnesses? I don't know what you mean. TLA always about an hour behind. He tends to go off on a tangent. That's true. I mean, he's my guy though, for sure. All right, what are we saying right here? Big bot, TLA. I'm sorry. What is Tina saying? Tina says, I'm about to head over to a Teams call. Be right back in a little bit. You go on and do that. Woody does not trust them. I agree. Now that I do agree with. Yeah, I would love to know how long does it take to get batteries? Come on, peoples. All right. So somebody just texted me and asked me about this. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. So I am just texting somebody who wanted to come on and talk about what's going on, but it was going to be later on today. All right. Let's see what we got. It's very possible. Maybe they are talking about mistrial. I'm just wondering, is Woody's testimony today so bad that they won't try to bring in his the videos of the interrogation? I wonder if that's all right. Let's see what we got. Okay. I reviewed the video. It was just a mic going bad. Okay. All right. So after further review, we watched YouTube has determined that it was a bad mic. Hey, thank you so much. Messy Michonne Live, thank you so much for the super sticker, as well as a great content creator. She does some fantastic work, not only here, but I've heard you talking about what's going on in Dalton and other great commentary. Fantastic. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Y'all check out what Messy Michonne is doing real quick. Jump on over there real quick and check out her channel. Make sure you give her a like and tell her hello from us. All right. What did you trademark? What shirts have you trademarked? Y'all are wild, man. What shirts are you trademarking over here? Tommy, what shirt are you? Now I gotta see. Now I gotta scroll through here. I feel like I missed something. Speaking of t-shirts, y'all go check out the Dear Will Christian merch store. Y'all gonna get over there and get you a shirt or 2 or 5. Here, I dropped the link in the chat. Okay. Oh, I don't recall as a t-shirt. I got you. You already trademarked it. Yo, hey, I think he should just stay with I don't recall. Don't give any commentary. I think he also gets frustrated when they ask him something and it's like the first question of like 5. And he says, I don't recall. But then they ask him something about the thing that he just said he don't recall about. And I'm starting to get that he's getting frustrated about that. Kind of, I just told you I don't recall talking to the investigator, and then you asked me another question about the investigator. I think that's what's happening. But, I mean, they got to ask the question. So I'm not mad at the state. They have to ask those questions. You think they threatened him? Really? Cindy? Wow. I hope not. Yeah, the state is not giving up. That's for sure. What's going on, Corey Barnes? Thank you for jumping up in here and saying, what's up to your people? All right. So Grandma's back from lunch. At the current moment, Woody is doing a pretty good job. I think I'd give him like an 8.2 out of 10. However, I guess the defense, their microphones went out, and so they need to get some batteries for it. And we're here waiting for that, which is terrible, man. That is a terrible look that we got to, because we're definitely in, how long we've been on pause? We're definitely over 13 minutes, really, of waiting. And just for y'all to get some batteries, that's not a good look. Come on. Yeah, thank you so much, Transplanted Texan. Thank you so much. Messi Michon, thank you again for the very kind $5 super sticker. Thank you so much for supporting what we're doing over here at Dear World Christian. Thank you. I think the testimony is good, Melson says. I just wonder how long will allow this. Remember, Hilton said you can't say you murder him. The state even has knowledge but won't thug. I'm just waiting for Woody to say, hey, didn't I tell you in that secret meeting with Judge Glanville? That's what I think he should do. And I wonder what would happen if he did that. Would he be held in contempt? He'll probably have to come back. But if he throws that out there, like didn't I in that meeting that I had with y'all and you kept the defense away and y'all, it was you and Glanville and you told me what to say? I wonder what would happen if he did that. Oh, y'all are the best. They are putting his life in danger. Oh, that's for sure. I think this is true as well. So Gail says he wants to answer so bad, but he's afraid to answer for Fed charges. And that's, I think, is the problem. I think that is a true problem right there. What do we got here? What happened when we got back? I'm sorry. What happened while we were on break? So they're doing his thing. He was doing pretty well. He was staying in frame. However, I think the defense's microphones went out is what I heard. And they had to go get batteries. I don't know if they ran down to CVS or what, but apparently they had to get batteries. And so we are in the pen box while they're getting back for us. Because it looks, I mean, the world is watching this case. And so why are we on penalty? Why we've been waiting for 15 minutes? Because y'all ain't got no batteries. That's crazy. All right, so he told them so many lies. And I think he's muddied the water successfully as relates to probably giving reasonable doubt. I mean, I don't see any reason why anybody would trust him as a credible witness, which I think the judges are probably wondering, like, why is this your star witness? This is my thoughts. They threatened him with the immunity off order, right? So I wonder if, like I said, I wonder if he just yells, just says while he's on the stand, like, I don't recall, but I know you told me to say that. Up, we got camera action. Let's go. Nope. Glanville hid the batteries on the way out. I love it. Love needs to do her homework. Man, how crazy would that be if Love was watching? If you saw Love watching Dear Old Christian on the on her laptop, that would be crazy. He did put his life in danger. That's fair. No argument for me at all. Yeah, if he said that, that would throw the whole case into an uproar. I think it's better than him saying that he's the one that unalived Nut, because I think that would be a federal situation. But if he just talks about, hey, when we were in that meeting with the previous judge, here we go. She got us on mute still. I think.
Can you?
Okay. Yeah, that's on them. I don't know what happened. He said, hey, wait, I'm having a moment of clarity. In that meeting, that X party thing that you had, that would throw the whole thing in a tizzy. I don't know where they get these batteries from, man. They They had to go get some Elon Musk batteries. What we got? Come on. You still got us on mute, Whit. What's going on?
Things working okay,
Here we go.
so we will get Mr. Copeland back out,
She looks so frustrated.
up here, get the jury back out, and keep moving forward.
She sounds so frustrated.
Yes. And I'm sorry, I know there are a whole lot of different Rule 22s out. I assume you've got one of them? Okay, so, I guess that just means you're gonna have to, we can't make the courtroom bigger than it is. You'll just have to get here earlier. I guess you're the odd man out today. Sorry. Just do the best you can.
I have to stand up, I can't see what's happening.
Just try not to be distracting, okay? Thank you. No, you cannot stand in the middle. Nobody needs to be standing in the middle. So just do the best you can from there, or any one of the media aisles you're welcome to be in.
Wow.
Thank you.
I wonder who's all, I would love to know who's all on the media aisle.
All right, let's get the jury back out. Hang on, sorry. Thanks. There's so many of y'all, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, that's true. He is
Got
pretty
somebody
consistent.
for everybody? All right, yes.
Man, come on, Woody. Woody look frustrated, man.
I have it.
Tylenol? Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right, let's see what you got. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate everybody who's liked the channel. Thank you so much, everybody who subscribed. Thank you to everyone that watches what we're doing over here. All right, Woody, stay in frame. Let's see what you got, buddy.
Thank you. All right, I think we've gotten our mic situation fixed for at least the present time, so we're going to get rolling again. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, during this same interview, I think I just asked before we went on break that you saw that it was a grayish Impala that was shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall? Did you tell investigator Gaither Dennis that in this January interview?
I don't recall what I told him.
When you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle, was there anyone else with you?
I don't recall it.
Was Demekion with you?
I don't recall.
What about Shannon?
Who?
Shannon.
I don't recall.
With this incident that happened on the highway and you being shot at in the vehicle, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you had your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
And do you recall them asking you, why did you have your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told them because you didn't have a license.
I don't recall.
Okay. And were you ever arrested for filing a false police report in January of 2015?
I don't comprehend my charges.
Okay. When you had this interview in January 2015, did you leave that interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
You said January?
Yes.
I went to jail in February, so I didn't go to jail in January.
So is it fair to say that you did not get locked up for filing a false police report?
I guess, I don't know. I can't find no false police report. I didn't make it.
And matter of fact, do you recall that Gaither and Dennis told you that in this case you were a victim? So they just wanted to find out from you what happened because you were a victim, because you were shot at on the highway.
Yeah, that's how they were tricking me. But I don't recall saying it.
Now, in that same interview, do you recall Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither telling you that you probably should leave Atlanta because of everything that was happening to you?
That was everybody telling me now.
Okay. But I'm talking about back in January 2015.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told me you didn't want to leave Atlanta.
Stay here.
Now, in this same January interview with Gaither and Dennis, again, do you tell them again that you had nothing to do with Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you wanted to make sure that the police knew you had nothing to do with Nut getting killed?
I don't recall what I told the police.
Also, during this same interview back in January of 2015, then do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you had one of your friends buy a gun for you?
I don't recall.
And that your friend bought this gun in his name?
I don't recall.
And that the reason why you purchased the gun was to defend your house?
I don't recall.
And that you actually told the detective you don't want any trouble, you just want to protect your home. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
And in January 2015, had you been convicted of a felony prior to January 2015?
Huh?
Prior to January 2015, had you previously been convicted of a felony?
I don't know. What you mean?
Do you remember when you were first convicted of a felony?
After my mama died.
About when was that?
After she died.
Okay, when did your mom pass away?
2008.
All right. So if you caught your first felony after 2008, is it safe to say in 2015 you had been convicted of a felony?
I don't recall.
All right. When you told the police that you had a gun in this January interview, were you arrested for telling them that you had a gun in this January interview?
Was I arrested in January?
Yes.
What year?
2015.
No, I got locked up in February.
All right. So even after you told them that you had a gun, the police in this January interview did not arrest you.
I ain't had no gun.
Did you tell the detectives you had a gun?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't think I'll tell them I had one.
I wonder if he said, yeah, I told him because I was lying.
Now, in the same January 2015 interview, you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with an individual by the name of Mo who wanted you and Thug killed. Is that true?
How would I know? I don't know.
Okay. You don't know about the meeting, or you don't know if you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this so-called meeting?
How would I know somebody want us killed?
Okay. So is it true, though, that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with Mo?
I told them people anything. Just like right now, me, you can have a whole conversation. I tell you about some stuff that never took place, and you'll swear that everything I'm speaking on was the God and it's true.
Okay. But now you've told two detectives, first Thorpe, now Gaither and Dennis, so excuse me, three detectives, about this meeting that Mo had and that they were going to kill you and Thug.
I'm going to play.
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't hear a question.
All right, I think that was supposed to be a question. Did you have it implied? Is that right at the end of it?
Yes.
Try to just form it into a question.
Yes, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe and Detective Gaither and Dennis about this meeting that Mo had in which you and Thug were supposed to be killed?
I'm going to play a victim in every situation.
And you actually gave them details about this meeting. Is that correct?
I don't know what I told the investigators.
Matter of fact, you told the investigators somebody else that was in there that felt like I deserved to know. They came back and they said, hey, I had to get rid of everybody, bro. But they said they want to kill you. They're going to take me to a gas station and kill me. Like, who's saying it? Mo, and everybody said, woo. Bloody J was on the phone with Mo, standing next to the person that was telling me. Said he ain't know the name of the person that was talking. And after everybody, I just said, kill him. And Bloody J said, woo. And everybody said, woo, woo. As in, that's a confirmation that they were supposed to go and kill you or have you killed.
Things don't work that way. When you're speaking on doing something like that, you don't be open about it. So this self-explanatory that it's a lie. You don't discuss killing people with multiple people. So you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're not gonna be telling everybody you're gonna do it. I made it up.
Well, thank
I keep
you,
telling you
Claudia.
that.
Thanks so much for the super sticker.
And did you tell the detectives that that occurred at a gang meeting that you were not at? So someone at the gang meeting told you about what happened at the gang meeting.
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but I know that the things that anytime that they sat me down and they tried to question me, I knew I was about to go to jail. And even the times I didn't go to jail, I knew that I had done something stupid and I thought they was on to me. So I was trying to throw them off my trail.
And that this meeting happened before Donovan was killed.
Still, I don't know.
Okay. And that the reason why they wanted to kill you is because they thought that you had Bloody J jumped.
Huh?
The reason why they wanted to kill you is because you had Bloody J jumped?
I believe that if any gang wanted to kill me, I'd be dead by now.
And you also, in the same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, you told Detective Gaither and Dennis that you actually texted Bloody J and asked him whether or not they had a hit on you.
No.
But he never responded to you.
No.
No.
I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't know nothing about none of that. I wouldn't have their number and they wouldn't have mine.
Now, back when you were interviewing with the detectives, both Thorpe and now the second interview with Gaither and Dennis, were you the only individual in the room with the detectives?
I don't know.
Looking at that picture, are you the only person in the room with the detectives?
This one?
Yeah, I want you to look at
She's gonna-
378, Yankee Bravo and Yankee Alpha.
It looked like I'm in there by myself beside with the police.
Okay. And this is when you're telling the detectives all the things that I'm asking you about, correct?
I don't recall what I done told them.
Now, do you know an individual, Rich, who goes by the name Rich Homie Quan?
Who is it?
Do you know a person who goes by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Rich Homie Coin?
Yes.
Oh, the rapper?
He raps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know him? Have you ever spoken to Rich Homie Quan yourself?
No.
Do you recall the
I don't recall speaking to him.
Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in the same interview about conversations you had with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I do not recall having a conversation about Rich Homie Quan.
And that Rich Homie Quan, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan was a part of If Gang.
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you told Detective Gaither and Dennis that Rich Homie Quan felt torn between being with If Gang and being friends with Thug.
Again, I'm just telling police whatever they convince them that I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So why would you bring Rich Homie Quan into any of it? Why would that be necessary?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Why would it be necessary to even talk about Rich Homie Quan
So
to the police?
So when the police question me, my whole motive is to get them off of me. So if they sitting me down, laughing, hee ha, like you doing when y'all was up there asking me, and I told you I was lying. This is the same thing going on. They sit here. I don't know about them asking me about Rich Homie Quan or nothing. But if they bring up a name, if they ask me something, I'm going to come up with something that act like I'm in the midst, like I know what's going on. I don't sit around and gospel with people. I don't sit in people's faces. I'm out in the streets. I like to be I like to be outside. I'm not sitting around trying to listen to what nobody got to say.
Okay. But when you originally went to the police, it was to talk about being shot at on the highway. So what would anything about Rich Homie Quan, why would you need to talk about Rich Homie Quan at all?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay. Isn't it true that that you told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan said to you, we the same set. You right here hitting these niggas this and that. So we talk. We the same set. I just can't turn my back on them. Like it ain't that, bro. This what you're telling him. You supporting these niggas. Bro, I'm telling you, the more you supporting them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. And this is what you're telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you said to Rich Homie Quan.
So Gaither was a gang investigator, and what she do is she sit in the neighborhood, watch us all day, and she put cases on it. So I know Gaither to sit there, and so when I'm interacting with Gaither, the main thing go through my mind is to convince her that I know what I'm talking about. That was my motive. So me bringing up Rich Homie Quan ain't never been like that in my eyes. So for me to be, I'm just trying to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. What they said they want a big fish, and he's a big rapper. So shit, I'm trying to make up whatever I can come up with. I don't know. I don't remember what I said to no police. It's all stuff I just off the top of my dome. You ask me a question right now, I go off the top of my dome, and I convince you that I'm telling the truth.
Okay, so in response, you said that Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection. And he said, you told detective, then he's like, why don't you protect me, bro? We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. And he said, how the hell are we gonna protect you?
Can you say it again?
Sure. In the same interview with Detective Gaither, you said after you spoke with Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection.
He mean that way he need my protection for.
Why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
They the police and they trying to get me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop being shot up?
I don't recall nothing I said to no investigators.
And
A detective.
he thought that someone by the name of Tay shot up his father's barbershop?
And I told you I did it.
No.
Oh,
You told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person named Tay shot up his father's barbershop.
well, I probably did. Ain't no telling.
But you were convinced that it wasn't Tay that shot up the barbershop.
What you mean?
You told Detective Gaither and Dennis that you don't think it was Tay that shot up his father's barbershop.
So I told him he did it, or I told him he didn't do it. Which one is it?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan thought that Tay did it.
Okay, so then I told the police,
Correct.
and then I told him that he didn't do it.
That you did not think he did it.
Objection, Your Honor. Are these questions?
Yes, they are. You can
Do you
tell
need me
by
to
the fact
repeat?
that her voice goes up at the end. Well, it may be that too, but yes, these are questions.
Do you need me to repeat it? Okay. In your interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought an individual by the name of Tay shot up Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that same interview, did you also tell them that you did not think that Tay shot up the barbershop?
You confusing me.
I'll repeat it one more time and I'll separate it. In this interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought
Asked and answered. That's the question you asked twice, answered. Second question.
Overruled, because it's certainly been asked twice or more, but it hasn't clearly been answered. He's sitting there saying right now, I don't know what you're asking me. I'm confused. So I'm going to permit her to try to break it down and ask it again.
So I'll start over. In this interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Gaither and Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person by the name of Tay shot his father's barbershop?
I don't recall what I told the police, but I don't know.
All right. Now my second question is, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis you did not believe that Tay shot up the barbershop?
I don't know. I don't remember what I said to them.
And I should ask this, do you know an individual, Tay, who's from Bankhead?
It's mean Tays in them.
Okay. Do you know a Tay from Bankhead?
A Tay from Bankhead?
Yes.
Not out the top.
In this same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither about this individual named Tay from Bankhead?
I don't know a Tay from Bankhead.
Do you know a Tay from the west side of Atlanta?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
How many Tays do you know from the west side of Atlanta?
2 million on the count. But not from Bankhead.
Now, back in January of 2015, did you ever learn about, strike that, do you know someone that goes by the name of Lucci?
Who?
Lucci. A rapper by the name of YSL Lucci.
What about him?
Do you know an individual by the name of YSL Lucci?
I don't know a person.
Okay. Have you ever met this individual?
You say, have I ever met him?
Yes.
No.
When you say you don't know him personally, what do you mean?
Because you said, have you ever met? We never shook hands. I never met him.
Okay. How would you describe knowing YSL Lucci?
He's a rapper.
Okay. Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
No.
Okay. In 2015, were you aware of his mother's home being shot at twice? Excuse me. You're shaking your head.
I don't know nothing about him.
Okay. Do you recall in this January interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking to them about Lucci's mother's house being shot at?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that people thought that you shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. Do you recall in this same interview back in January of 2015 with Gaither and Dennis that you were with Big Boo when Lucci's manager called trying to find out who shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall during this same interview telling Detective Gaither that when the manager called Big Boo, you were present and overheard the conversation?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, you told Detective Gaither that the manager told Big Boo that he had $20,000 for whoever shot at Lucci's mother's house.
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. And that you actually took the phone from Big Boo and told them that you had nothing to do with shooting up Lucci's mother's house.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
I don't recall.
Did that occur?
I don't know.
You don't know if you were present with Big Boo and took the phone away from him?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Okay. Why would you need to tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that if that did not occur?
These things I'm hearing in the streets, so I'm trying to convince them to get off of me.
specifically, didn't you tell Detective Gaither that when you took the phone, you said, man, I ain't did nothing like that, bro. You know, don't scream my name. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't said he did. I ain't do that. I don't care about none of that. I didn't do that.
I don't recall.
And did you actually tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you were concerned because you thought that Boo was going to set you up and tell people that you shot Lucci so he can get the $20,000?
Huh?
Did you, in the same interview, tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Boo would have set you up and told people you shot at Lucci's mother's house to get the $20,000?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall.
And after that phone call that with Big Boo, you were so upset that you had Montauk take you home because of that phone call.
I don't know. I don't recall.
And you also told Detective Gaither that when you got into the car with Montauk after this phone call, you told Montauk, Boo tripping. Boo gonna try to get, you know what I'm saying? And Montauk said, we gotta stay away from them.
Nah, I don't recall. I supposed to be saying this stuff?
Yes.
Oh, nah.
And were you the only person in the interview room with Gaither and Dennis based on those pictures that are in front of you?
I was the only person in the room when I was telling you I made these lies up too.
Okay. Of course it don't. Just one moment. All right. In the same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you tell them about your relationship or your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
Huh?
In this interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling them about your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Is it true that you told them that the people that you're around, that you often hang around back in January 2015, is Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't recall.
And matter of fact, did you say specifically to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, I keep a couple people around, you know what I'm saying? And Dennis asked who? And you said Little D from Cleveland and Shannon.
Trying to convince him. If I did say it, I don't recall. Like I don't told the police so much stuff like this just made up. Like I don't remember what I don't told them. So.
And then you also said sometimes Moonsoon may come around, but the primary people you hang with is Shannon and Little D from Cleveland. Little D from Mechanicsville.
But let you tell it, every time you say I'm about to go home Moontoon. So it seemed more like I'd be Moontoon more than I'd be with anybody else.
Okay.
Based off what you're saying today. So you know it's all made up.
All right. Did you also hang with Moontoon, Little D from Mechanicsville, excuse me, I said Cleveland, and Shannon?
I hang with myself. I don't hang with nobody. I don't run behind nobody. I don't know none of that.
Okay. All right. Well, back in 2015, didn't you tell Detective Copeland, Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, I really had my trust in him. I wouldn't want nobody around me but Little D. And this is Little D from Mechanicsville. You know, Little D ain't gonna turn his back on me.
That's cap.
You said that that's cap.
I don't remember saying it.
Do you remember, God bless you, when we were here back around June 10th, June 11th, that you said that Little D was the person you called your son?
Who?
Do you remember back in June of this year, around June 10th, June 11th, stating that Little D was like your son?
No.
Okay. No, you don't recall saying that?
I never said Lil D for Cleveland Avenue with my.
Not Cleveland, Little D from Mechanicsville.
What y'all talking about?
Okay. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall.
All right. I'll ask it, then you can answer it truthfully, I hope. Do you recall in June of this year saying that Little D from Mechanicsville is like your son?
I don't know.
No, you don't remember saying it? No, you didn't say it. What does I don't know mean?
What you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
What's your question?
I'll ask it one more time. In June of this year, when you were here,
This year right here?
This year right here, when you were here before, June 10th, June 11th, do you recall telling me when I asked you about Little D from Mechanicsville, telling me he's like your son?
She getting close.
When I said I birthed him?
Yes.
I'm just being sarcastic.
Right, but that was to talk about the closeness of your relationship, correct?
What you mean?
When you say you birthed him, were you trying to what were you trying to indicate when you said you birthed him? What did you mean by that?
That was just an anger statement I made.
Okay. Did you at one point in time have a close relationship with Little D from Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Now, going back to this January 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you speak to them about Thug seeing you talk to the police regarding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Did I speak to them about those? I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that Thug thought you were snitching because you were talking to the police?
Huh?
In the same January 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug thought that you were snitching because you had been talking to the police after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Goodness gracious.
They don't make sense. So I don't recall.
Okay. Didn't you tell the detectives in this January 2015 interview, Gaither and Dennis, I think I went wrong when I let Thug know that the detectives keep calling me.
You keep talking about what? You finished?
I am.
You keep talking about what I told the investigators. Listen, I know they want to lock me up. I see them following me everywhere I go. I'm in the restaurant eating, they not eating. And they got me down here for questioning. I know they only question me to trap me up to get me. So I told them anything that came to my mind or whatever the case is. They don't make sense.
When you walked into the police department and to talk to Gaither and Dennis, you walked in on your own, correct?
Most of the time they question me. I was in handcuffs. I don't.
In early 2015, isn't it true you met with the detectives 5 times?
Let me tell you more than that.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I met with them. I just know that the police questioned me every time that I was in handcuffs.
You had, in front of me, you had 2 dates, correct? Is that January 11th and January 28th?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Does that date say February 20th, 2015?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you 378, Yankee Delta 1. Does this say February 21st, 2015?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you 378, Yankee Echo 1. Does this say June 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 378, Yankee Charlie, Yankee Delta, Yankee Echo, do you see yourself in those 3 pictures?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. This kind of say like the tender 378, Yankee Charlie 1, Yankee Delta, 378, Yankee Delta 1, and 378, Yankee Echo 1 is the evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at these 5, on January 11th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
Mm-hmm.
On January 11th, when you walked
You
in?
said January 11th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Were you in handcuffs?
Nah, I'm like this.
Okay. Looking at January 28th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
All right. On February 20th, were you in handcuffs when you and Deshaun went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
Okay. And were you only arrested on February 21st when you went to speak with the detective because you're in a blue jumpsuit, correct?
Yes.
And on June 10th, you were arrested because that's when they arrested you in the house, correct?
You said what now?
June 10th is when they arrested you at your home, correct?
With the white shirt on?
Yes.
Oh, my hands up on the table. I don't know.
But do you recall June 10th being the day that they came to your house and arrested you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? You said, I just need to know, is that a yes for the record?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Is that the day that you went to jail and you didn't get out till 5 years later?
I started with.
On June 10th. Did you get arrested on June 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. So out of all 5 interviews, you were only arrested 2 times. Is that correct?
I guess.
All right. So each of the other times, besides February 21st and June 10th, you walked freely in and out of the Atlanta Police Department. Is that correct?
Wait a minute. What you mean by that?
Well, sure, I'll repeat it. Would you agree that in early 2015, you went to the police? You talked to the police 5 times.
No, more.
Do you have 5 interviews right there?
Yeah, but they had me in the back of their police cars too.
Okay. How many times did you go to the Atlanta Police Department?
On my own?
In 2015. We're going to talk about just generally 2015.
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. Do you see 5 different times in front of you?
I got 5 papers in front of me.
Okay. And would you agree they're all different dates?
Yeah, they all got different dates.
All right. And 3 of those 5, you are not in handcuffs. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3 of them I'm not in handcuffs.
And only 2 of them you are in cuffs, or you knew that you were arrested that day. God bless you.
I guess.
All right. The 2 times that you were arrested is February 21st. Is that what you have on the blue jumpsuit?
Okay, right there.
And June 10th when they arrested you at the house. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
All right. So the other 3 times, January 11th, you came into the Atlanta Police Department on your own, correct?
He called me down there.
Okay. And you voluntarily went down there after he called you, correct? After you spoke with...
He took my baby mama down there and told me I need to be down there.
And you decided to go, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And after you interviewed with him, you walked out, correct? And you left. You're shaking your head for me.
Yes. I left.
Now, on January 28th, you also walked into the police department, correct?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. But is the say that you left because you were not arrested in January of 2015?
Yeah, I went locked up in January.
Okay. And then February of 2015, that's when you walked into the police department with you and Deshaun, correct?
I think.
And do you remember that being the night or the early morning hours after people shot at you, Deshaun, and your baby?
He was fit to put me in handcuffs.
But did he put you in handcuffs?
Cause the other police told, I don't know if it was that one right there, but one of the police told him, he whispered something to him. Cause I told him, you're gonna lock me up, and they're gonna get out of the way.
And they decided not to lock you up, correct?
Cause he wanted the gun.
But he did not lock you up, correct?
The next day he did.
Answer this question. On February 20th, did he lock you up?
He told me I got 24 hours to get him the gun.
Okay. And you were able to leave that interview room to go find the gun, correct?
Finessed him.
You were able to leave, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Oh, yes.
All right. So when you keep saying they only wanted to keep locking you up, you only were locked up 2 times.
Well. No.
Okay.
He said, well. Oh my gosh, this is painful.
Do you recall today you said you spoke with police in the back of police cars? Do you recall how many times you did that back in 2015?
2015?
I don't know how many times.
When you were inside the back of the police cars, did they release you or did they take you to jail?
They released me.
Okay. So again, even those times you were not locked up.
Cause I finessed him again.
All right. Now, going back to what I asked you about, your belief that you thought Thug thought you were snitching. Do you recall telling the police that every time you spoke to the police, excuse me, let me strike that, that there were times when the police would call you and you were in Thug's presence? And you were with Thug when the police would call you.
What you mean? You gotta be more specific.
Sure. In January of 2015, when police were calling you about Donovan Thomas's murder.
After he was killed, I wasn't around that much for him to be able to see me answer the phone or talk to any police or anything. What you talking about?
Did you tell the police when they were asking you about Thug thinking you were snitching, you told the police, because like every time he called, it's like I was right there in front of him and I had walked up. I was like, that was the detective. Like, shit, they trying to find out who. And he just felt like I was just making stuff up because I always stutter.
So when you snitching is based off the truth and off facts. Lying and trying to finesse your way is a different thing. So there wasn't never the case with That would never be the case if he concerned about me snitching up. So you only snitching if you telling the police the truth.
Right.
And back in 2015, when they were calling you and they were asking you about Nutt's murder, were you telling them that you were not involved in Nutt's murder?
I was telling them everybody. I told them everybody did. I told them Shell killed them. I told them all type of people did. I didn't know. I don't know. Y'all just pick and choose what y'all want to take and use. Did I not say Shell did it?
Did you tell them that you heard that could have been a rumor?
I told you it was a rumor that they said I did too, right?
Right, and you didn't kill him, correct?
How many times you gonna ask me that?
Okay, then. So
answer the question.
If you're talking about rumors, the rumors aren't true. You just told them what you heard.
I'm saying what y'all want to pick and choose with. Okay, I don't recall.
And do you recall, because you keep saying that you wanted to finesse the detectives, is that fair? Do you recall them asking you about an event, a shooting on Spring Street where Doug's girlfriend was having a party at a house or at a hotel on Spring Street?
I never heard anything about that a day in my life.
Okay, and do you remember telling them that you knew nothing about those shooting on Spring Street?
I guess I don't know. I don't know what I done told the investigators.
So if you want to finesse them, why wouldn't you just act like you knew about it and just tell them about it?
Because I didn't hear nothing about it. If I would have heard something from like the street saying, I could have been able to, act like I was there or act like I knew, but I couldn't because I never heard anything about it.
Right, but if you're trying to finesse them and you just tell them whatever they wanted to hear,
right?
You could have just told them, yeah, I heard about it.
So I couldn't because I wouldn't be able to speak on nothing where it'd be like, okay, like let's say if they would say 2 girls got shot in the butt. I would be like, yeah, I was there, man. The 2 girls got shot in the butt. I couldn't because I never heard nothing about the story at all to be able to say, act as if I knew.
But if you're finessing the police, that means you're just lying anyway, right?
So to finesse the police, you got to act like you have knowledge. You got to act like you know.
Come on, she's
So
got to
you could
know
just
that.
Say, yeah, I heard about that shooting.
And I couldn't because I knew his next question was going to be who did it or what happened, where was it? Or I couldn't say anything about nothing. Okay. So why would I speak on something and get caught up? I'm not trying to get caught up in my life.
Okay. In the same interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the Friday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that you went to DJ Drama studio as well?
If I told the detective something like that, I probably did. I don't.
And that's something that you also told Investigator Thorpe when he interviewed you.
Well, I hadn't heard the question yet.
You also told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama Studio that Friday before Nut was killed as well, correct?
I recall.
Okay. So is it fair to say you told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama Studio, then you also told Detective Gaither and Dennis at a later interview about the same series of events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
Can you say that again?
I'm going to give her a little latitude. I think she's trying to get clear what the witness's testimony is. Thank you.
When you first met with Detective Thorpe in January 11th, you told him about going to DJ Drama Studio the night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You also now, in this January 28th interview, you've now told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about this going to DJ Drama's studio the Friday night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I probably did. I don't remember what. I don't know.
During this same January 28th interview, did you tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you actually owned a chopper, a gun, a chopper?
So it's no point in me trying to protect him no more because he did. But
You were making a comment about someone being deceased and passed away.
what you were saying?
Just go ahead and re-ask your question.
Yeah, my question was, in this same interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, did you tell them that back in January 2015 that you, when they asked you what type of gun you had and you told them that you had a chopper?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In this same January interview where you're meeting with Detective Gates or Detective Dennis, they asked you what type of gun you had. Do you recall telling them that you had a chopper?
No, I don't recall what I just said to them.
And that chopper is a chopper that was purchased by Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland.
I don't recall.
Now, I think I just heard you say that someone is dead and you don't need to protect them anymore. Who were you referencing?
Tay Threat?
Okay. Is that the young man who passed away a few weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. What would you be protecting him from?
I don't want to talk about it.
And let me ask you this, back in 2015, were you friends with Tay back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And one, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. In 2015, was Tay shot at by IF gang members while he was sitting in his vehicle back in 2015?
How I supposed to know?
Do you recall talking to Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about him being shot at in his car?
Like, if I see it, I don't recall.
Okay. And is his real name Trevante Turner? You're shaking your head. Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Back in 2015, did Trevante Turner consider himself a part of YSL?
No.
All right. Do you recall Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking about the fact that he was shot up by IF gang in the midst of the beef between YSL and IF gang?
All right. Threat had beef with Rich Homie Coin. I don't know what they beef was about, but Threat had beef with Rich Homie Coin and he was on his ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was on who's behind?
Threat was on Rich Homie.
Okay.
And yeah, Threat was on Rich Homie and Threat got into it with Nut Neil. That's it.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
Huh?
Let me ask this first. Are you talking about Rich Homie Quan and Threat? Was this back in 2015?
Back in 2015. What you mean?
What you were just telling me?
No, it was 2014. I think it was one of them years.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
I don't know what Rich Homie was claiming.
And you said that Threat got into it with Nut in them.
I don't know how it went, but I know that. Yeah, threat like that.
Okay. Is that what started the beef between YSL and IFGANG?
Threat wasn't YSL, like, you know what I mean? Like, people, YSL is not what y'all making it be. Like, I keep telling y'all that a person can wake up and say, Atlanta is a monkey see, monkey do city. Like, you see people doing something, you just do it. I mean, and people say, just because I know this person, oh yeah, I say, oh, I take a picture and say I'm YSL or whatever, but threat was MDC. You know what I mean? There wasn't no YSL or that shit.
Did he ever stop claiming MDC and claim YSL?
Nah, we don't switch up. That's just what it is.
And you said he claimed MDC. What's MDC?
I don't know.
Okay, but if you said he claimed it, do you not know what MDC stands for?
It's none of my business.
Okay. So when you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean? When you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean?
I don't ask questions. That's what I mean.
Okay. Is MDC a music group?
Ask them.
I'm asking you.
I think they got rappers. I don't know.
Okay. Are they a music group?
Huh?
Are they a music group?
Sustained.
Does MDC stand for most dangerous clique?
Ask them.
I'm asking
I'm
you.
from Canterville.
Okay, but you said he claims MDC, so I'm asking you, does it stand for most dangerous clique?
If I say yeah and if that ain't what it stands for, you're gonna say I'm lying. So I don't know what it stands for.
Okay.
That was a smart move. Smart move.
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about members of MDC beating up Little D from Mechanicsville in the club, in Club Crucial?
I don't recall. Probably so. I ain't no telling.
Do you know if members of MDC beat up Demekion or Little D from Mechanicsville in Club Crucial?
They did. I was laughing too.
And MDC, are they from Bowen Homes?
No, ask me. Ask them.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis in an interview that you were cool with MDC dudes because you grew up in Bowen Homes and they from Bowen Homes?
I'm from Canterville.
But that you spent some time, did you spend time in Bowen Homes?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall living in Bowen Homes before moving to Mechanicsville?
Oh, I stayed in Bowen Home.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you stayed in Bowen Homes prior to moving to Mechanicsville?
I don't know if I told them that.
And that because you did stay in Bowen Homes, you were cool with a lot of the dudes in MDC. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
Woo! Woody got us stressed out over here. Yo, Woody got us stressed out. We over here worried about Woody. What you about to say, man?
Claim a click.
Uh-oh.
He claimed MDC. What does that mean to claim a click or claim MDC? What does that mean?
What you mean?
You said it, so I'm asking you, what did you mean? You said he claimed MDC. What does that mean?
Ask it. I don't know.
I'm asking you because you said it. So what did you mean?
That's just how I talk.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said that?
You said something about was he YSL or something. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like, you can't tie my friends into what nobody else got going on. Like, when you speaking on gangs, you know what I mean? A gang is a gang. That shit don't have nothing to do with nothing else. I'm sorry. I didn't. You frustrated me up here.
That's fine. So what did you mean? I'm asking a very specific question. What did you mean when you said he claimed MDC? What does that mean to claim it?
I guess you gotta Google it then.
This rascal said, Google it. I'm
Mr.
done.
Copeland, she's not asking what does it mean objectively. She's asking what did you mean when you said it?
I just said it, Your Honor. I don't know.
He told her to Google it. I'm done. I'm done. Hilton is in trouble. She's in trouble.
Now, all right. Now, earlier we talked about you talking to Nut back in 2015. Do you recall ever meeting with Nut to give him back some items that were stolen from him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall, isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that prior to Nut passing away, that someone broke into his car and you ended up with the merchandise from his car being broken into?
I recall telling you in the back room somewhere in this courthouse that I lied, and I'm being truthful today by telling you that I made it up. So what I said to the investigators in the past, I came forward and told you that I was in the room by myself when I told you that. I don't have no reason to lie. Don't nobody intimidate me. I'm not trying to protect nobody, no nothing. But I'm not going to sit up here and tell a lie that I can't keep up with. This is it. I don't know. Like, what you talking about?
Okay. We're going to get to what you told me, but I'm going to ask you first. Did you tell back in 2015 that you met up with Nut because someone stole some of his items and you gave him those items?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, speaking about what you told me, do you recall telling me and my investigator Long that it was actually you who stole the items and then you returned it back to him?
I paid too much.
Okay. But do you recall telling myself and investigator Long that you actually took those items, but you then returned them?
I did tell you that.
But more importantly, that you actually met up with Nut. Do you recall telling the police that you met up with Nut to give him back those items that were stolen?
I probably did.
You probably did tell the police, or you probably did meet up with him to return the items to him?
I probably did tell that to the police.
This is
Do you have
crazy.
any independent memory today of you actually returning the items to Nut?
I did.
You did return those items?
I did give him his stuff back.
So that was something truthful that you told the police?
That was.
Okay.
I don't know if I told it to the police, but I told it to you.
Isn't it true you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015 that you called Nut and said, hey man, I got your shit right here, pull up on me, and he came and pulled up on me and you gave him his stuff back?
Take a little bit of lie and put it with it. Take a little bit of truth and put it with a lie. That's what I do.
And also, during this same meeting that you met Nut to give him back his stuff, you talked to him about the beef you were having with him and Kel. Well, excuse me, with you and Kel. I apologize.
Can you say it again?
Sure. In this same meeting that you gave Nut back his stuff, you and Nut talked about the beef that you were having with Kel.
So when I gave Nut his stuff back, I didn't like the way he looked at me. So we didn't have no conversation. He seen all the people I had with me. He got his stuff back, said appreciate it, and he left. So what I told investigators was, I don't recall what I told them, but I remember giving him his stuff back, and I didn't like the way that he looked at me.
Okay. Did you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you and Nut had never had any beef and never had any issues?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you met with Nut, do you remember who you were with?
I ain't telling you.
Okay, so do you remember who you were with?
There was a lot of people with me.
Okay. Who were some of the people that were with you?
I can't recall.
Well, you just told me that you weren't going to tell me, so
Because I can't, it was a lot of people with me.
how many people did you have with you?
More than 5.
Did Nut have anyone with him?
I think so.
Do you remember who that was?
Yeah, I don't know them by name though. He had 2 or 3 people with him.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he had his brother Greedy with him?
I don't recall.
And that
He is flambeing them.
Greedy pulled up in the gray Impala and then Nut pulled up in his Tahoe truck, his green Tahoe?
From what I remember was I was already talking to Nut when that great car pulled up.
Okay. And was Nut in his green Tahoe truck? Do you remember?
Damn, I can't really recall what Nut was in.
Okay.
He may have. I ain't pay attention to his car. It's just the way the other car pulled up that made me pay attention.
Okay, so did you not like how Greedy pulled up?
Yeah.
Okay. So was your issue with the way Greedy pulled up or your issue was with Nut?
The way they did, I don't recall.
All right, while you're looking through your notes, we haven't had a break in a little while,
Oh.
so really time to at least stretch. Let's take a quick break.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so adjourned.
All right. Look. Woo. That thing was getting spicy right there. Hey, Phil, if you're still here from Inside the Law, I need you to make me a redirect option. So when I close out this live stream, everybody will immediately be pushed to your live stream so we can talk about this case. So a matter of fact, let me just send this to him real quick. Okay. I'm just reading a question. Okay. Y'all, this is crazy.
All right, we can all take a break as well. Anybody need to say anything with the record before we do that?
We just want to go home.
Nose right in, that's all.
All right. So apparently somebody's sick. They're probably sick. I mean, they might be responding because it is kind of cold in there, I heard. But okay. And if Phil from Inside the Law, Phil, I got questions. Oh, okay. No problem then. It's okay. I'm just going to end this. And those people that are, don't sweat. I'll show you how to do it. Phil, I did send you a picture of it just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. However, a matter of fact, I can explain to you without sounding super nerdy to these people. All right. We are going to end this live stream at 4:25. It doesn't look like they're going to be done at 4:25. However, Phil and I are going to jump on and kind of just give you like a high view and kind of answer your questions. I have a ton of questions that I've just written down already about this. And I would love for you to come and join me. It's going to be a dual stream. So I'll be on my channel, Phil will be on his channel, and we'll be able to see each other. So you all don't really have to go anywhere. But I do want to just make sure that we get some of these questions answered because this is really confusing. I don't understand somebody said it like Hilton's questions are not chronologically anchored to anything. She's all over the place. I really truly expect her to start talking about the bus shooting in a second. She's everywhere. I mean, Woody, if he had mentioned a few more things, I think he would have actually just said the ex parte meeting. And I think that would have been problematic. Yeah, this is weird. And I feel bad for him because you can tell now he's truly frustrated. He is truly frustrated. Either A, he doesn't know, or B, he doesn't want to answer, and he keeps saying he don't know. Either way, he's had enough of this. And it's sad because, he going to be up there tomorrow. He going to probably be up there Wednesday, easily. Because the defense hasn't even said anything yet. And I know that they want a piece of him. So I personally think, I personally think that they were trying to delay it, in my opinion, not trying to be mean. I think Hilton and them were trying to not get to the place where Woody would be in communication with the defense today. I think that's what happened. That's my opinion. But let me real quick add Phil to this thing real quick. All right. 1 second. Sorry about that. So I was thinking that maybe they were asking questions to kind of keep Woody from being interviewed by the defense. I was thinking maybe that was their strategy. I can't say that emphatically that was their strategy. I don't know if it's a good one anyway. But hands down, this has been a dumpster fire today. And hopefully we and get us all up to speed, because I'm telling you, this has been wild. All right, let's see. I changed this already. All right, hopefully this will allow Phil to make me a moderator, or make me a redirect on his channel. Let's see. But okay, so hopefully, I don't either, Sarah. No shame. I don't think none of this makes sense. It just seems like it's overdone. I totally get asking questions and getting clarity, so on and so forth. But it's very clear to me that Woody, Mr. Copeland, has given up on this. He's not. He's a hostile witness. He's beyond a hostile witness. He's just. He's a frustrated witness. And I don't understand what the purpose is. At this point, he's now a frustrated witness. Why do you keep asking him the same questions over and over again? Especially given that your questions are all over the place. She's just literally, you can tell, she's literally saying, okay, let's go here. All right, what about this? And that just doesn't make any sense to me. So hopefully Phil will be able to explain it to us. I don't know what's wrong with this. I don't know why it's not allowing me to share this with him. But yeah, so that's a great question, Sarah. And hopefully we can get some clarity on it. It definitely seems like Phil understands what's going on, so which is good, because I don't think I have a clue. I feel totally lost. Like, what is the purpose of asking the same question over and over again when it's pretty clear he's not going to say anything more that's going to make it any better? But I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he's definitely frustrated and he doesn't care. But I also think that, in my opinion, Hilton is extremely frazzled. And if Woody just sinks in and just starts, antagonizing her, I think she's going to blow her top. And this just doesn't seem like anything good comes out of this. I don't see what is the good that you expect to come out of this. You're gonna make him angry. And again, like, if you have other evidence, if you're gonna end up bringing out the videos anyway, what's the purpose of frustrating him on the tape? On the stand. And if you're not going to bring out the evidence to impugn or rather impeach what he's saying here, then you're sunk. Like, I don't understand what's the purpose of this. Okay. That's fair. We watch YouTube, but being the fact that at least Phil is a legal expert, he's an actual attorney and a defense attorney at that. At least he understands this. He's been in this scenario once or 10 times, whereas I have no idea what's going on. So I think at least that in that regard, it's good to have somebody. Again, he's never been a prosecutor, maybe that's fine, but I think he'll still have better insight than me. Hold on. So, but yeah, we're going to end this in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Please forgive me. It's almost 4 o'clock right now. So we're going to end this in about 25 minutes, and then we're going to immediately start a new stream with me and Phil so we can kind of get through this and kind of maybe answer some questions. And I agree. Wait, sorry about that. Honey and vinegar. Though I agree with you, Yvette, I don't know who needs to do the honey, who needs to be the vinegar. Is it Hilton? Because it just seems like she's going down a list, and the lists are kind of all over the place. Like, do you recognize, like, somebody said, like, she should ask him yes or no questions. I think that's a great question. If you start with the do you recall, he can immediately say, I don't recall. So at least ask a yes or no question. Maybe expound a little bit more. Assume something. Tell me what happened on the night that you went to DJ Drama or whatever it's called, the whatever, to the studio drama, whatever it's called. Like, tell me about that night. And then he can still say he doesn't know, but at least you're posing the question differently. This seems interesting. Grandma said, thank you so much. Oh, okay. Thank you. He's in a no-win situation. I think the only way he can win, personally, I think he just gets out there and says, it sounded like he was about to say that Trey, the person that was deceased, killed Nut, which would have been insane. But I think that's where he was going to go. He just chose not to do it. And I don't think it would have been true. And I don't think he would have been able to stay in frame if he is just outright lying like that. But I think if he knew that he could keep frame, I think he would have probably just said, you know, what's his name? Trey killed him. That's what it sounded like he was. That's what it sounded like he was going to say. I don't think, look. Oh, wait. Somebody said D.A. Hilton is doing the testifying. Yeah, I mean, she's literally doing that. I agree. I don't know where to go with this one. I really don't. But it's wild. Let's just say that. Thank you so much, Amethyst, for the very kind super chat. What does she say? Woody ought to start answering with ask and answer. That is hilarious. That would be hilarious if he did that. The defense won't. They're letting hot hotel. Why did you spell it like that? Hilton keep digging. I think because they've declared him a hostile witness, I think. And that's a good question though. Early on, you know, an hour 2 or something, she declared him a hostile witness. And apparently when you're a hostile witness, they can do that. So I'm not 100% certain. I could be wrong, but I think that's why they're asking these questions and they don't have to keep, and the defense can't say asked and answered, but rather they have to just let him keep going because he's a hostile witness. But could Woody say that? That would actually be kind of funny. It would brighten up our day. I know that much. Great comment. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I just bought a membership. Thank you, John. Yay. I wish it was possible to direct reply to each other than the chat as it is. They have some options that are coming up, but I don't think that that's available as of yet, John. But thank you so much and welcome to Dear World Christian. Thank you so much for being a member, man. I appreciate you. Atkins is being quiet today, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me on this, I think Woody is, for lack of a better term, Hilton's witness. So that's why Love doesn't engage him. But I think Love has like a conflict of interest. I don't know why Atkins isn't doing it, but I think Woody is Hilton's witness. That's what I'm understanding. But we'll make sure we ask Phil when he comes on. I think Woody's holding up well, but you can tell he's getting frustrated. That's all. Like, and please understand, he's been testifying for almost 6 hours. So I can only imagine. And they don't seem to like, Judge Whitaker seems like she's all about getting done at 6 o'clock. So it is highly possible that they have at least 2 more hours or an hour and a half left. That's crazy. So he's been there since what time this morning? They started at 8, so probably 6:30, 6:45 is maybe even earlier. What time to get up? I mean, he's been going all day. That's kind of crazy. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if one of them is going to crack, and I'm sad to say I'm putting my money on Hilton. I think Woody's already being himself. He's let his hair down, so to speak. I think Hilton will be the one to like lose a professional decorum. And I think it's going to be interesting, to say the least. All right. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, I'm just making sure that the stream is ready for 4:30. And it's going to be wild. All right. Today, 4:30, no thumbnail. Sorry about that, y'all. I'll get a thumbnail ready for it, though. I'll work on it for sure. All right, now. All right, if the moderators could look on my channel, on my YouTube channel, you should see the new live stream schedule that you can drop in the chat. All right, so let me make sure. There it is. All right. And I apologize for that. Phil and I are doing some struggle streaming. Both of us are new to this game. So here is the actual link for the next stream. Like I said, this one's going to end at 4:25 and the new one will start almost immediately after at 4:30. And I'm going to drop that put it in the chat as well. I mean, in the, and make it a poll question in a moment. Yeah, I don't know why they're taking so long, though, but it is what it is. All right, cool. Thank you, Phil. All right, so apparently when this chat ends, everybody will be shuttled immediately to the next live stream, which should be amazing. So you don't have to worry about all this, but I still will set it up for anybody that's popping in later after the fact or whatever. They can see it. And also just want to make sure it works, so y'all can let me know. All right, so yeah, everybody do me a favor. Type Phil in the chat. Just real quick, man. Phil has been an excellent resource and a very kind person as it relates to this law tube and this legal space right there. He does not keep anything away. If you reach out to him, he's going to be very gracious and give you what he knows. So I appreciate him. So y'all just give me a real quick, just type Phil in the chat. What is going on, James? James, don't talk about it, man. Don't talk about it, brother. Don't tell nobody, James. Please don't tell nobody. James from Restoring Hero Project. I don't know why it's not popping your name up on the screen. There we go. Don't tell nobody, man. We just over here working hard, man. We over trying to work. Yeah. So let me drop this in there just in case as well. Yeah, we are ready. All right, Judge Whitaker, we're ready. The Inside the Law, Dear World Christian Mafia, all of us are going to be brought up on RICO. We're all ready. Where are you at, Judge Whitaker? Where are you? Oh my gosh. I have no idea how this is going to, I have no idea how this is going to pan out. None whatsoever. I'm very interested though. Okay, what happens if we do that? All right, Phil, we could do that. Me and you could just basically stop this stream and start another one and just finish up what's going on just with the testimony, and then, or Whitney, oh, I think we could do that, Phil. What do you think? Wait, what does that say? Thank you, by the way, and Doug, for the super chat as well. I appreciate it. Inside the Dear Woke Law. I like that. That's a good one, Retired. I've never done a redirect, so if there's a delay, it might be like a momentary delay, Phil. We're not talking about, a significant. Oh yeah, we can do that if there's a delay. It might be maybe a minute. It's not going to be an extra long delay. That I can attest. All right, let's see. Another close call. That is wild. Yeah, they're not back yet though. What are they doing? We got that. It's not me. Should I hit pause or something? No, we're ready. Okay, they're there. She has not hit the camera yet. I mean the mic yet. There we go. We're ready to go. Hey, what are you doing? How's Phil in my back office? How's that going, man? What's going on? Can you hear me? All right, good people. I now realize that Phil and I can actually start this live stream right now.
Now, Mr. Copeland, we just talked.
Okay, so we're going to wait for the next break, and we're going to actually start the next live stream so we can all just be a part of it at the same time.
Shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood. Do you remember us talking about that a little bit earlier? And when we talked about it earlier, do you recall back in 2015, in the same January 2015 interview, telling the detectives that initially you all thought it was MDC that shot at you
How this works.
at the gambling house?
Can you say that again?
Sure. When discussing the gambling house shooting, initially, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that initially you all thought that it was MDC that shot at you all at the gambling house?
I know NBC ain't shoot at us. Me.
All right. So Phil,
And when you talked to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the shooting, you actually went into some details about what happened that night of the shooting. Do you recall doing that?
What you mean?
Like telling Detective Gaither, giving them details about what happened the night of the shooting.
I remember what happened, but I don't remember what I told the police.
okay, everybody, I'm going to end this stream and we're going to jump right into Phil's stream. Here it comes. Pray quietly.
Can you watch it later?
I mean, people were shooting at us.